Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. Yes, happy Sunday to all of you. Hello, Tia. And hello to anyone else in chat who is here right now. I suppose Sunday is technically the start of a new week, but to me it always feels like the ending of the previous week. Can't help but find myself in the pattern of thinking of Monday as like the real start of the week. So to me, Sunday has always been a day to look back on things, to look back on how the previous week went. And in this case, one thing that I am looking back on from the previous week or previous week and a half or so is something that I'll be talking about in this stream. How my work was recently posted on social media and got quite a varied reception. So I look forward to talking about that and to looking at some of the funny tweets, some of the funny engagement that people had with it, including some very good faith engagement. So I don't want to give the impression that all of it was extremist or anything like that. Some of the comments were very interesting. So I look forward to talking about those. But also, just on a more general note, chat, the topic of today's stream is one that is in some ways particular to me, in that it's about, people have things people have been posting about me, but also one that I think is very relevant and more general just for our time right now, for our modern day, where social media, dogpiling can be a thing, and sometimes it can take much more vicious forms than the one that I've recently experienced. Like, I'm not, too bothered by anything anyone has said about me, but I realize sometimes it can take a much harsher form. And so, particularly near the end of today's stream, I'm going to be sharing some thoughts on how one might confront moments like that and how one might make sense of those moments. Because I think that maybe more than most people, at least more than quite a few, I would say, I think I have a good amount of experience with this kind of thing. And so I look forward to sharing some ideas on that and seeing also what your thoughts on it are, chat. Tia says, so excited. I ate dinner extra early to ensure I wouldn't miss this. Oh, thanks, Tia. I hope you didn't have to disrupt your schedule too much, but that means a lot to me that you would do that to make sure that you catch the stream. So thank you for that. Yeah, I realized today I'm streaming a little bit earlier than normal. I actually woke up a bit earlier than normal this morning, so who knows? Strange things are happening on my end. Yeah, who knows what this next week is going to be like. I might actually have like a normal schedule for once. We'll see. Can't make any promises yet. But chat, for anyone who would like just a bit of extra context, of course, I've described some context in the description of this video, so you can check that if you'd like. But the recent sort of social media controversy, if you will, or social media, what's a good word for it? Avalanche, I suppose, of sorts, was in response to some of my work on the moral status of monogamy. And those of you who have seen some past streams of mine will already be familiar with my views on this subject. But in case you're not familiar, I'll just go ahead and briefly summarize, because this is a topic that I've done some philosophical work on before. I have some papers out about this, and every once in a while, someone discovers them and posts them on Twitter. But my view on monogamy is that I think morally we ought to reject it. I think we ought to be non-monogamous. And the reason why I think that is it follows from certain general principles about the nature of romantic relationships and what are justified and unjustified restrictions in romantic relationships. And to me, a key point is that sexual and romantic relationships are at least typically taken as things that enrich our lives, things that make our lives better, which I think raises the question of why would one want to restrict one's partner from having more of them, as one does in monogamy. And there are various proposals, of course, one might give for what could justify the restrictions, such as, maybe it's more practical, maybe it helps with raising children, maybe it helps to deal with jealousy. My own view is that all of those defenses of monogamy fail to withstand scrutiny, that when we look at them closely, we see that they don't, in fact, succeed at justifying monogamy. And so my view is that in light of the way that romantic relationships seem like good things, things we should not want to restrict our partner from having more of, unless we have a good reason for so restricting them, then it seems to me that we should in fact reject monogamous restrictions. We should be open to letting our partner have additional partners wherever the day to come when they, decided that they wanted to pursue an additional relationship. And one analogy that I give and focus on quite a bit in my work to try to support this judgment involves friendship. And so I imagine a case of two partners who we might also imagine that they're friends, like in the sense of like people will sometimes say things like, oh, I married my best friend, such that, you can be someone's partner and their friend at the same time. And indeed, in the sense we might hope, that you're also friends with your partner. It would maybe be kind of a sad relationship if there was nothing of friendship in your relationship with each other. But suppose that in this hypothetical relationship, the partners restrict each other from having any additional friends. Like each makes clear to the other, if you make any friends besides me, then that's it. I'm going to end the relationship. And the point of imagining this thought experiment is to sort of consult our intuitions on it. Because I know at least when I imagine a relationship like that, to me, there seems to be something morally troubling about it. Like it just seems wrong to restrict one's partner from having additional friends. And if we ask why that is, it seems to me the most natural explanation would be, well, friendship is an important human good. And surely we should want our partner to be free to pursue goods like that in the way that they see fit, unless there's a good reason for restricting them from it, which it seems like in the friendship case there's not. If we accept that for the friendship case, then I think that puts pressure on us to say something similar about sexual and romantic relationships, given that those kinds of relationships are also important human goods. So that's kind of the basic setup of the argument. And I have two papers out about this. One of them, my first paper on the subject, was called "Is Monogamy Morally Permissible?" And as I mentioned before, that's a paper that, every once in a while, some person or some philosophers on Twitter will find it and be, surprised or maybe a little bit scandalized by the abstract and will post it. And it always gets kind of a funny range of responses. So I wanted to today see if we could take a look at some of them and, maybe review some of them. Because that's what, naturally the only thing I think you can do in a case of when this happens is to do like a quick little review of all the hate comments and all the good faith engagement comments, of which there are many. Also, Web of Concepts, hello. Web of Concepts says, "Thou hast angered the tweeters." Indeed, I have. Yes, how will I ever recover from angering all the tweeters out there? So if anyone's curious, chat, this is, in the chat, I'm just posting a link to a stream I did on this subject a while back. So there you can find a bit more detail about my view. Also, Tia, who is in the chat right now, Tia Faire and I debated this topic, among other topics, in our recent stream on love, philosophy of love, questions that come up when talking about love. So I'll go ahead and post a link to that too, if anyone is curious on following that particular debate. So again, as you can imagine, this view is not very popular. It causes quite a bit of controversy whenever it comes up. Not that that's something I dislike or object to. But really, I think it's simply part of being an ethicist, is that sometimes you're going to run into cases like this. And so with the recent case that came up, let me just see if I can put it on the screen there. Yes, this is the tweet that started it all. John, whose profile is listed as a PhD philosopher and whose handle is Error Theorist, posted here the title and abstract of my paper on "Is Monogamy Morally Permissible?" Just in the interest of giving sort of maximum context, I'll just briefly read the abstract. "Common sense morality holds that monogamy is morally permissible. In this paper, I will challenge this, arguing that monogamy is in fact morally impermissible. First, I'll argue that monogamy's restriction on having additional partners seems analogous to a morally troubling restriction on having additional friends. Faced with this apparent analogy, the defender of monogamy must find a morally relevant difference between the two kinds of restriction. Yet, as I'll argue, there seems to be no such morally relevant difference, for the standard defenses of monogamy all fail. I take this to be evidence that monogamy's restriction on having additional partners is in fact morally analogous to a restriction on having additional friends. Just as a restriction on having additional friends is immoral, so too is monogamy's restriction on having additional partners. So that's the abstract of the paper, and the summary that this person gave of it. He wrote, "Here's a paper arguing that monogamy is not morally permissible because it arbitrarily excludes potential romantic partners without adequate justification, amounting to a form of romantic discrimination." And as you can see, this tweet was viewed, now it's up to 226,000 views. So overall, pretty fair number of views, hundreds of bookmarks and likes and quote tweets and responses. So this brought a lot of, I guess, people's eyes to this particular argument. Now, one thing I should point out before we move on further is just with the tweet itself, the way that this person summarizes the work. I realized I don't think there's any bad intention behind this tweet. I think this person just genuinely thought this was an interesting paper and, wanted to share it. And that's something that I respect. I appreciate that this person wanted to share my work in this way. But I do want to say that the way it summarizes the argument really isn't quite accurate to what the argument is. The argument isn't grounded on considerations of discrimination. Like, it's not saying monogamy is discriminatory, therefore it's bad. It's more about how restricting one's partner from the potential goods of additional romantic relationships seems like something that is inconsonant with love for one's partner. Now, to be fair, that framing in terms of inconsonance with love is not something that really comes out very explicitly in this paper. That's something that I've come to sort of think of it in that way more in the time since publishing this paper. But still, framing it in terms of discrimination doesn't really capture the way that I see the argument, or that I expressed it in this paper. I would prefer just thinking of it more in terms of like, what are morally permissible ways of treating one's partner in a relationship, and shouldn't one not restrict one's partner unless there's a good reason for it, and just kind of eschew the talk of discrimination. Interestingly, there were some commenters who pointed this out. So like one, for example, that I'll just kind of share here says, "Dude, that's literally not what it says at all. Good job failing reading comprehension, or more likely maliciously misinterpreting." So my own view is that the commenter here is maybe being a little bit harsh. Like, the tone of this is maybe a little bit harsh. I don't think John had any bad intentions. I think he was trying, but they are correct that, yeah, it's not quite the argument of the paper. Let's see, another person had a similar comment. Shit posteriori, very nice username there, said, "Your summary here does not even sort of represent the basic argument of the paper." So we have harshness on all ends coming up, both in my defense and going against me. Just one more comment in this vein. Let's see, Pranav here says, "This is pedantic, but I read this a year ago." And that is a rare distinction among the commenters on this paper chat. It's very rare to find someone who has read it before they opine on it. "But I read this a year ago, and as far as I recall, the paper doesn't frame the argument in terms of romantic discrimination. Having a restriction on romantic partners is immoral because it denies access to valuable human goods, not because it constitutes discrimination." So that is certainly a much more moderately worded in its tone, and I think is a fair point. So I was glad to see that Pranav. Thank you, Pranav, for bringing that up. Also, welcome, Terraditto and Web of Concepts. Nice to see both of you here as well. Tia says, "I'm pretty sure I saw a comment saying, if you're going to criticize something, at least understand it first." Oh yeah, I think I remember that one. These are people we must take seriously. Pretty much. I thought that said shit post prior. Oh, okay, yeah. To be fair, it is kind of a tough username to parse upon first reading. You kind of have to look at it and like read it a second time to really see how it's meant. So I was glad to see that some commenters helped at least, clarify the nature of the argument. But that said, chat, as you might have predicted, just from the nature of the topic and from the stream description and everything I've given so far, there were quite a few just straight up, hate comments. People who really did not like this abstract or the title or the thought behind it or anything. So naturally, of course, it's time to review them. Let's see if we can find some of these hate comments. Now, I should mention some of these weren't really that extreme. Like some of them were just like, for example, this one was just saying, what? This is one of the ones that kind of did make me chuckle a little bit. Because it's so open to interpretation. Like, you don't know if the person is saying like, what, in the sense of like, this is so stupid, or just like, what, in the sense of, oh, like, I want to know more, like, I'm curious, or what, like, I don't know what to make of this argument. But yes, lumpen bourgeoisie. Sometimes what, I suppose, is the most we can say. Very concise take on it. Another commenter asked, why do you bother to read this? Indeed, why do you bother? It's a question we could ask about, I suppose, things that we read in general. Though John has a response. He writes, because it's fun. Which I was really glad to see. I was very heartened by the fact that he found the paper fun. I do try to make my papers entertaining. So it always means a lot to me when someone finds some entertainment value, some fun in reading the kinds of arguments that I put forth. He lives in confusion like me. Ooh, the previous person, lives in confusion. I suppose we all do in a way, Sometimes we might be averse to acknowledging it, but I think just about everyone will acknowledge that there is some confusion in their lives. And that's maybe not even a bad thing, to have a certain level of confusion. The fact that you have this sense of, what's the best way of putting it? Maybe it speaks to a sense of wonder. It's often said that philosophy begins in wonder. And I wonder, can there be wonder without confusion? Because if you weren't confused at all by something, I wonder, would you wonder about it? It's a good question. Did he, though? Did he read it? I'm assuming he did. To be honest, and just give a little further context, this is actually not the first time this person has shared my work. A while back when it was first published, I remember this person because he had the same profile picture and the same name. He shared a link to it back then too. I don't know if he just forgot, or maybe he just felt like it was worth sharing again. I don't know if you can find the original tweet. I think he might have deleted it since, but I am familiar with this person. I've seen his tweets before, including tweets to my work. He tweets a lot of Philosophers articles though, so I think just whenever he finds something that he thinks, this is cool, this is interesting, he wants to share it with the broader community, which again is something I respect. I like that he does this. I think it's a valuable thing for philosophers to kind of share what they're thinking about. So props to John for being willing to share. Now, alas, not all philosophers' views, as we've just seen, were so friendly. One of them that I'd like to show you now, from Emil Kierkegaard. At first, I thought it was Kierkegaard. I was like, what, Kierkegaard? Commented on my paper, but Emil Kierkegaard, not quite Kierkegaard, writes, nothing so insane that no philosopher has argued it. Oof, ouch, that hurts. I suppose it is true, though. No matter what position you find, you can just about always find a philosopher who is willing to argue it. I'm not sure if this is one of those positions. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is one of those positions that someday I will look back on and wonder, how could I have possibly argued for this? Or even if I don't ever reach that point, maybe it is nevertheless the case that the position is as implausible and extreme and ridiculous as some say. But at the very least, I can say that it's one that seems to me to have some points in favor of it. But yes, Emil Kierkegaard, as far as it goes, I think I do agree with you here that, nothing so insane that no philosopher has argued for it. I do take some comfort, though, in the fact of, even if I consider for a moment the possibility that it is a ridiculous or absurd position, I think having put it out there when it seemed to me to be true, like having sort of followed the arguments where they seemed to me to lead, I think that is something that I will always be proud of myself for. I don't think I will ever regret having done the philosophy, and like even if I change my mind later, just the fact of having said, okay, like this, at this current point is my view, and here's why, here are the reasons, and like what are, some reasons that other people might have to not agree with this view. I think I will always see that as a valuable thing, as a way of participating in the philosophical conversation, a way of sort of extending the conversation. And that's something that I have just really enjoyed, and I think has helped develop my thought, and I hope it has helped develop other people's thought too, even if their view ends up harshly disagreeing with mine. My hope, at least, is that it can spur further reflection to people who think about these matters. So chat, that is Emil Kierkegaard's opinion. There was a similar opinion expressed, but in a much more down-to-earth phrasing. This one came from, let's see, yes, Philosophers, who wrote, "Philosophers are so regarded, man. They just be saying anything." Also, if you look at this person's profile, let me just see if I can bring it up here. The profile description says, anything you know about cannot be you. I'm gonna have to pause for a second on that one, chat. Anything you know about cannot be you. Sounds like it's saying that self-knowledge is impossible. Like there's no way of coming to know yourself. Which might be true, but okay, I'm really curious why someone would think this. Like, why is the self in particular an impossible thing to know? Because the description doesn't really give much of an argument. It just kind of states it as just sort of a really short description, which, granted, I know there's not much room in a profile description to really give an argument, but I do wonder, maybe this person sees all of this as part of a performance and is sort of playing out what they say here, like philosophers just be saying anything. Maybe this is one of the things that philosophers just be saying. Anything you know about cannot be you. You know what it makes me think of, chat? It makes me think of, like, if you were suddenly just transported, like let's say that you didn't really have much, if any, background in philosophy, and suddenly you were whisked away into a room full of philosophers and you had to give a speech, and somebody just said, look, like, say something philosophical. It doesn't matter, but like anything like a philosopher might say, like, and you have 10 seconds to think about it. This seems to be like something one would say in that circumstance of like, oh, like I'm addressing all these philosophers. Oh no, what do I say? What can I do? Oh, I know. Anything you know about cannot be you. And then they get like, oh, all the philosophers are gonna love this. They'll put their hands on their chins and think, ooh, oh yes, very wise, very wise. So I'm being maybe a little bit mean to this person, but that's just the vibe I can't help getting from this comment. It's a coherent argument. One of the reasons I respect it, even if I don't agree with it. Oh, thank you, Tia. Words to live by. Oh, yes. Yes, words to live by, indeed. I was just about to say that. Oh, okay, we had the same thought, Tia. Yeah, sometimes, you know what they say about great minds. Also, VigB24, welcome. Everybody shut up. My favorite beach ball is streaming. Favorite beach ball? Oh, wait, do you mean like my orb form? Because I think at some point I have compared the size of or at least like when I'm flying among planets, the size of me and my orb form to a beach ball. So thank you. I'm glad to know that I'm your favorite beach ball. That means a lot. VIGB24. Tell me if I'm mispronouncing your name or how you'd like it to be said. Smartest beach ball for sure. Oh, thank you, Tia. You're too kind. You all are far too kind to me. Far kinder to me than these tweeters. Meanness often comes from misinformation. Yeah, I think so too. I think so. And this is probably something I'll talk about a little bit more later, but for all of these people who write like, harsh things or have written harsh things about the paper or the title or the abstract, I can't help feeling that, like, even for the harshest among them, if we were to sit down and just have a conversation, if we were to talk out our views, we might not end up agreeing on much, but I do think we would find that we agree on something. Like, we agree on probably more than we would have expected before coming into the conversation. And I also predict that we would come away from the conversation liking each other better, you know, having more of a respect for each other. So that's something I always keep in mind when it comes to moments like this. And it also just makes, I think, moments like this easier to sort of weather and just not really like bother me in the way that they might have if I had thought that these people are just such that even if we fully explored the issue and they were to read what I wrote and we fully talked about it, that they would still just hate me to my core. And I think I would still be okay if I thought that, but having a certain, I guess, faith in people that they're more than that is one thing that I think is important. At least it's one thing that I've always tried to keep in mind. Now, chat, I think it's time. It's time for another. This one, I think, is probably going to be maybe the harshest one yet. So get ready. But there was one person who wrote, "What is even the fucking point of peer review for something like this? You can get this adequately peer reviewed by tweeting it." Oh, okay. Yeah, I was right, chat. That's definitely the harshest one so far. And, you know, chat, why didn't I think of this before? Like, you know, like, why bother with scholarly peer review when you could instead just post the title and abstract on Twitter, you know, and get waves of randos denouncing it from the title and abstract alone? It would make the peer review process a lot more efficient if we could just do it like that and not have to deal with, like, you know, reports from anonymous referees and the whole publication pipeline. So this person here with the very self-effacing username, maybe you have a point there. You know, maybe we ought to consider this as a way of revising the peer review system. Yeah, I feel like psychologically speaking, a lot of this behavior comes from the dopamine hit of dropping one's hot take and not like thinking things through, you know? Yes, there are a few dopamine hits as intense as just leaving a hot take on Twitter and then just like closing the tab or, you know, tabbing out to something else and then just forgetting about it. The drive by, you know, accusations and hate comments. It's a thrill that cannot be equaled, I'm sure, for these people. Twitter, oh, Twitter. Oh, hey, Blue Ice Cubes, welcome. That's right, yeah, nothing quite like Twitter, you know? Tweeters are, yeah, the people I trust with peer review. Well, apparently this person does, too. Maybe that's the proposal, like, we all ought to get behind, you know, is just scrap the way peer review is typically done and just go with, you know, tweeters. And if any revisionary philosophical views get lost in the crossfire, then, you know, so much the worse for them. They seem racist and ableist. I'm not inclined to take them seriously either. Yeah, their username is a bit special, you might say. This one is funny because they seem to also hate the peer review system, which I heard is more and more common. There are certainly legitimate criticisms of the peer review system. Yeah, that is something I fully agree with. I would be a bit hesitant to embrace this person's suggested system of just going to Twitter for all the peer review needs, but yeah, there are certain more moderate reforms I think one could propose of peer review, and those could be potentially taken very well. So maybe I should do a stream on that sometime. I guess that would be maybe a bit of a more specialized topic than most of my streams have, but like on certain philosophy blogs and, you know, venues for discussion among professional philosophers, that actually has been a pretty big topic in recent years. It's like, hey, the peer review system, like, you know, aren't there some ways of streamlining it? Aren't there some ways of making it less of a nightmare for everyone involved? If only they knew how much content they provide. Oh, this person, yeah. Yeah, like, really, I should thank all these people for, you know, providing some content. Like just like I was content for them, like now they're content for me, you know? So the tables have turned. But let's move on, chat. There's another commenter here whose name is Yeah, Mark Ledwich asks, is allowing people to practice philosophy morally permissible? And oh no, chat. How am I ever going to recover from this one? I've made this person question the very moral permissibility of doing philosophy. And my goal as a philosopher is to help people do philosophy, to inspire them, but it seems like I've had the opposite effect on this person. Mark Ledwich, web dev, reader, and podcast listener. Okay, he's a podcast listener too, so I guess I should give extra weight then. On a separate note, there is an interesting question or issue, which is, are there certain moral risks associated with doing philosophy? Like, take any view on which the stakes are pretty high either way. Like, for example, the abortion debate, I guess, would be one of these debates. Some might say, well, like, good faith people who are very intelligent and are trying to get to the truth will nevertheless arrive at very different views on questions like these. And is there not a certain risk that comes from that, of perhaps arriving at the wrong view? Which I can see how there is. To me, I would say that I think doing more philosophy reduces the risk insofar as it helps us to arrive at better informed views. And I think that the real risk, the main risk here, comes from not thinking through our views on questions like these. But certainly the risk is not zero. Like, no matter what we do, whether we think critically about our views or not, there's going to be some risk that we end up getting the wrong answer. But I suppose philosophy is the best we can do for reducing that risk. Kira, oh, hi, Kira, welcome. Kira says, deleting Twitter has only ever improved my mental health. It's probably a wise decision. Yeah, deleting Twitter. I've seen Mike Humer's crit of it in the context of what makes for good writing on his Substack. Interesting thought, for sure. Oh, like his criticism of Twitter? I'll have to go back and read some of that post. I know Humer does have a full writing guide for philosophy, which I sometimes share with students. Is that here's ways of writing clearly if you're going to try to write philosophical papers. So I think he does have a really good sense of how to write well as a philosopher. Philosopher VTuber is greater than podcaster. Well, I don't want to. So for this person, he says, yeah, podcast listener. But I see. Maybe you're just talking about philosopher. Okay, yeah, just podcaster in general. Well, thank you, Tia. I appreciate that. I have been considering maybe doing a video podcast when they were starting a video podcast of interviewing philosophers. So then I guess if I did that, I would be both a podcaster and a philosopher VTuber. Would that be embracing too much power, messing with powers beyond my control? Only time will tell. I said it. Yes, you did. Absolutely not. More philosophers, please stop thinking now. Yeah, that would just be so devastating, wouldn't it? If it turned out that practicing philosophy was morally impermissible. What would I even do? What would philosophers do then? In my opinion, this attempt at being edgy falls flat for basically the reason you just said. I see we're in agreement then. Not Twitter. Oh, peer review. Okay. So I see I misunderstood your previous comment, but that helps. That helps, Tia. Yeah, it has been a while since I've read it, but I think, yeah, Humor does say some things about peer review, so I guess I do vaguely remember what you're referring to there. Now, chat, so far, all of these comments, one virtue that they have, one thing that I can commend them for is that they have all been relatively concise. And that's a good part of, philosophical writing, is being concise, not being long-winded. But this next one takes the cake. Here is a comment that is even more concise than any of the previous ones. Are you ready for this, chat? Here we go. Refutation by emoji. A new argumentative technique for this one. The 3 skull emojis. Suppose they could have made it even more concise by just doing one skull emoji, but maybe the 3 gives it some necessary emphasis. Which I should say on that matter, this is actually not the first time I've come across this strategy in response to to this topic. I think on one of my YouTube videos once someone tried a similar strategy of they said like your position is such and such, and then they just had an emoji. I think it was like a skeptical face emoji or like a frowny face or something. And I was like, oh no, like they used the refutation by emoji on me. Why did I not foresee this strategy? Someone needs to interview you so r/monogamy can get to know the man behind the madness. Oh yeah, r/monogamy. I'm like public enemy number 1 over there. Yeah, if you posted an interview with me there, they might delete it for like breaking the rules around rage baiting. Yeah, so some of them over there I think are pretty extreme. But yeah, the refutation by emoji, again, you know, got to respect the concision of it. Got to respect it for being concise. Another one, not quite as concise, but, you know, still relatively concise. Just 2 words, this one, I believe. This person, oh yeah, deeply evil was what this person wrote. Catgirl Getty Lee, in response to the paper in abstract, not just evil, like regular evil, but even, you know, deeply evil. Like basically to this person, I'm Palpatine in their eyes. I'm like the kind of person who says like, let the hate flow through you. Like, join me on the dark side. Some of the subsequent discussion on this tweet, I think, was also pretty funny. Like, let's look at some of the replies. So Zephyr says, the insinuation that a restriction on additional friends would be immoral is funny. Apparently, if I woke up and decided I only wanted 1 friend, that would be immoral because of reasons. You wouldn't tell your friends not to be friends with other people. Yeah, I would. I do that literally all the time. Well, I guess with friends like this, you know, who needs enemies, just as the saying goes. Monogamy, yes. You are a grooming victim. Yeah, they're just kind of fighting it out here. What's deeply evil non-monogamy? Wow, okay. So, you know, chat, when I was saying earlier that I think most of these people, if I were to sit down and talk with them, if we were to have a conversation, then probably we would find some things, maybe even a significant amount of things that we agreed on. I do think this is still true even for this person, but it might be a little bit more of a challenge maybe with this person than with some of the others. I can tell we have some very strong differences of ideological orientation here. But, you know, I guess respect to her for, you know, being willing to express her view. There's a subreddit for it. Yes, there is a subreddit for monogamy. And in practice, the subreddit seems to be maybe less like, hey, we love monogamy, and more like, hey, we hate like polyamory. but yes, there very much is. Sucker Maribel, welcome. Is Twitter still stuck in 2020? The kids nowadays use the dead flower emoji. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not up to date on the emojis, but it looks like maybe Twitter is a little bit behind the times then. Yeah, maybe the dead flower emoji is where it's at now. Yeah, and Axe is famous there now. Famous, yeah, slash infamous. Sorry, but deeply evil makes me laugh. I was a little taken aback by it, you know? I think most people who oppose my view on this subject would not use language that's this harsh. Like they might say misguided, or they might even say like stupid, but yeah, deeply evil. I think that's a new one for me. Yeah, the Twitter moment for sure. Yeah, this is definitely a Twitter moment. I tell my friends not to eat mold. Am I amoral? Yeah, I think that yeah, that is good advice for your friends, Blue Ice Cube. Sounds like you're being a good friend there, telling them not to eat mold. There are better references for the people arguing against you. Very much so. And that's a point I'm going to go into in more detail later, is that no matter how bad the arguments, some of the arguments are against you, and no matter how many of them there are, one should not lose focus of the fact that there are more serious engagements and more serious criticisms, if indeed there are, which there are in this case. And so some of them actually even came up in some of these Twitter threads. So I'll be looking at some of those, starting with kind of like the general hate tweets. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Blaze Cubes, that it's one very important thing here for me to keep in mind is that these are far from being the best the best criticisms of my view, such as they are. This person seems pretty unserious. As Justice Incarnate, I have issues with people diluting the word evil by using it for like everything. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Like extreme words like evil and so on, we should reserve for extreme cases. And it does, I think, degrade the language when people use very exaggerated language for more and more things, and certain concepts, certain terms end up creeping way beyond, you know, their original usage. Sometimes that can be a problem. I agree. Like most people have reasons for doing and believing what they do beyond just Saturday morning cartoon villain shit. Yeah, I mean, and that is how this person seems to think of me, as like, yeah, like mustache twirling villain, like pure evil, no redeeming qualities. So sorry, Cat Girl Getty Lee, but yeah, if you ever, Cat Girl Getty Lee, if you're watching this stream, in the very unlikely event that you're watching the stream, know that if you ever want to talk about it, I am open to talking about this with you. Now, another one, which you all might recognize from the thumbnail, it was very simple, very blunt. Just Esterlin saying, just look at this twat. And then linking to my Phil Papers page here. So I'll just show you the page that she linked to. So this is just a page with my general like philosophy. And I realize some of it has been cut off here from the, let me just kind of show you what it looks like. So yeah, she says, just look at this twat. I don't know about you, chat, but I feel like I look pretty handsome in this photo, you know? Like I remember the day that someone took this man, I was like, yeah, like I look pretty good. And I still think I look pretty good there. So you can think that if you want, Esterlin, you're entitled to your opinion. But for my part, at least, I am quite fond of this headshot. But you know, my main thought about this comment though, chat, is like, okay, like I don't know this person. I don't particularly care to know. Like she can think of me whatever she wants. That's fine. But the main thought that comes to mind when I read this comment is, if you're going to post a hate comment, like at least add some creativity to it, okay? Like at least add some spice to it. As far as hate comments go, like just look at this twat. I mean, come on, like that's scraping the bottom of the barrel for hate comments. Like this is about as low effort as it gets. I would give this maybe a 2 out of 10 for hate comments if I'm being generous. Like on a less generous day, I might even just give this like, you know, a 1 out of 10. So yeah, I would say there, like Esterlin, my advice to you is maybe try to get some more interesting, more respectable material, you know, like put some thought into it. Which there were plenty of examples of comments that I think, yeah, you know, had more to say in their defense, of like, had more in the way of actual some, you know, creativity and spice and liveliness and just life to them. Like I'll just share one with you, chat, that I actually have a certain respect for. This one from Alex Prue, who wrote, "Here's a rare photo of the chair this paper was written from." Okay, like that one I will admit, even though I guess it's technically a hate comment, or at least like a poking fun comment, like this one genuinely made me chuckle. Like I genuinely got a laugh out of this one. And it includes like, you know, a whole photo and everything, and like really solid effort from this. Like this is a 10 out of 10 as far as hate comments go. Because with hate comments, as with everything in life, there is a hierarchy. And here, like this is like, I think, basically the platonic form of what a good hate comment should be, as opposed to the previous one. This tweet just screams edgy teenage girl, the kind that would have hated my guts. Yeah, some of these tweets do have that vibe. Edgy teenage girl is such a vibe in its own right. It's actually so rude. What the fuck? Yeah, some of these are just, you know, a little bit rude, but what can I say? What can I do? Just take it in stride. That one is a very concise response. Yeah, I mean, here I'll just say again, you know, one virtue of these comments, and I guess it's a virtue sort of forced upon us by Twitter, but at least they're not long-winded, you know? At least they are concise. I will say, based on the responses, your title alone was like coming to a baseball match swinging with a Frozen while being completely serious. The message and intent is the same, but the initial opinion is skewed. Yeah, it's funny because when I was thinking about how to title this paper, I was initially trying to go for just the like least inflammatory title I could. So I put it as a question of just, okay, like, you know, is monogamy morally permissible? Because I thought that would be less inflammatory, less provocative than just saying, like, hey, like here monogamy is wrong, here's why, or like why monogamy is immoral. Instead, I would just approach it very delicately by just saying like, okay, is monogamy morally permissible? But it doesn't seem to have had the intended effect. like people seem to, their eyes fill with rage when they come across the question and then they read the abstract. I meant frozen fish, dang you brain. Oh, swimming with frozen fish while being completely serious. Yeah, no, I think it's just a matter of it's you know, an opinion that's very far outside what people normally consider, and you know, certain people are very capable of reacting to that in just like a normal way and saying, okay, like, you know, what are the reasons for and against this opinion, and like let's consider it on its merits. But then other people might have a little more trouble with that and think like, gee, this is stupid. How could anyone think this? And then they feel compelled to take their thoughts to Twitter, where they post them as hot takes. It's a decent shot, but beaten by your Substack profile picture and the cowboy pic you sent me. Yeah, there are better pictures of me. Maybe I should update the one on Phil Papers at some point. But if I do say so myself, it's one of those pictures that I guess I haven't been motivated to update just because like when I look at it, I think like, hey, like, you know, that's pretty decent of me. I look pretty good. I often think that about pictures that I take, though. I often think like, gee, who's that good looking guy, you know? When I see people like this, I really have to wonder if they'd be able to keep up that vitriol speaking to the subject face to face. In most cases, I'm guessing not. That is, they're unserious cowards. Yeah, I think for a lot of people, if they're actually speaking to someone face to face, it's a lot harder, I think, to maintain a vitriolic tone when you're actually having an in-person conversation with someone than when you are just typing a comment into the void on something like Twitter. So I can see how you're right about that, Tia. Also, Zero, hello, howdy. We're just you're just in time to see some of the hate comments that we've been reviewing, and we've been kind of making a little hierarchy of like the low effort to the high effort ones. I think Blue has a point. I can definitely see the paper taking place at the tail end of your edgy face. It's a double-edged sword, because if you were polite, maybe it wouldn't have blown so much. Okay, but I'm going to have to call that out. Like, was I not polite in this paper? Like, if we go back and look at the abstract, like the title, like, is monogamy morally permissible? It seems pretty polite to me. It's just raising a question. Again, I was going for like the least inflammatory title I could possibly give this paper. And then the abstract, I tried not to use any like, you know, inflammatory language, but just to state like in a very like direct matter-of-fact way, like, okay, like here's my conclusion, you know, here's the basic way that this paper goes about arguing for it. But alas, despite all those efforts, it seems I triggered the anger, the hatred of so many. Such is my fate as a philosopher. From the first view and name alone, to the typical person, it seems insulting. Okay, but insulting of what? If insulting of a certain behavior that they have, critical of a certain behavior? Because if so, then I worry that that's implicitly putting too severe a standard on the kinds of moral philosophy that can be done. For example, just to give a different context, like take someone who's arguing against eating meat, like they're arguing that you ought to be vegetarian or vegan. It doesn't seem right to me to say that like it would be insulting if that person, you know, titled their paper something like, is eating meat morally permissible? Or even more strongly if they titled it like, you know, why eating meat is morally impermissible. It just seems to me like if I were to say like, hey, that's insulting, I think I would be rightly criticized for being too sensitive. And so my view on this is like people who get personally offended when someone puts forth, you know, a sincere good faith argument, whether it's a mistaken argument or not, you know, but at least, the very least, a sincere good faith argument that a certain behavior they engage in is immoral. I think that the right response is not, you know, to become offended. It's just to consider the argument on its own merits and say, okay, like, could this be true? Could this person be raising a good point? You need a PR agent so bad? I think the PR is good. It's just a matter of, like, some people just aren't capable of handling, you know, revisionary philosophical views. I think it mentioned it in Discord, but it came off as antagonistic, asking if something is moral, for the typical, to many people, can be upsetting. Yeah, I do agree that many people are inclined to perceive this kind of thing as antagonistic. But then I think that at that point, like, any way one broaches the topic, or any way one broaches, you know, arguing for a given view on it, is going to be counted as antagonistic. Because it sounds then like it's less about the particular wording used and more just about the ideas themselves. And in that case, I would say it just seems like there's nothing one could do to get past that, if it really is just a matter of the ideas. One just has to, you know, state them in as calm and non-inflammatory way as you can. And, you know, some people aren't going to react well to it, and that's fine. That's just, you know, something you have to accept when you engage in being an ethicist. But yeah, I did like this hate comment was, like, really funny. So actually, like, respect to this person for this one. Here's a rare photo of the chair this paper was written from. Blaze keeps on way ahead of you. Problem is he doesn't take 80% of my suggestions. Yeah, sometimes I got to go my own way. But I do appreciate that you're willing to offer the suggestions, Tia. So yeah, thank you for being willing to share your thoughts. But also another category that got you sitting in the cuck chair. I know it's so embarrassing, chat. But I will have, you know, I will have this person know I actually did not write this paper from the cuck chair. I wrote it from the desk. I was sitting at the desk. Yep. Now, as to what any partners I might have had at the time were doing at the time, you know, maybe I'll just let no comment on that. But I was sitting at a legitimate desk when I wrote this paper. So Alex, for you, joke's on you for this one. Cuck desk. Okay, that's pretty good, Zero. Yeah. I've got nothing on that one. You got me on that one. Now, speaking of that, there were actually some accusations made against me on this topic. There were some points being made that are kind of in a category all of their own, which I'd like to share in a moment. I'm just going to read some comments first. Okay, but if some people turns out to be the vast majority, then maybe the problem isn't them, you know? I mean, true, if the vast majority react in a certain way, then I think that should at least make one question, like, should prompt one to investigate further whether one is being inflammatory in one's wording. In this case, I don't know if it in fact is the vast majority. I think one thing about Twitter is that only the most extreme and, you know, disagreeable opinions are likely to be aired in the first place. Or at least they're much more likely to be aired than the people who, you know, don't have a strong emotional reaction to something. So I'm not sure that, like, most people are actually been out of shape about this paper. It might just be, like, on Twitter, it's especially easy to see the ones who are. But also, like, in the company of other people, like other philosophers especially, but also just other people in general, I don't think anyone's ever been hostile to me in person about these papers or this view. I think, like occasionally I see, you know, hate comments online, but in general, I think that it's just it's one of those things that if you can, I think it's possible to look at one's own wording and to be confident that, you know, one approached it in a sort of, you know, genial, conciliatory way, or at least, you know, a non-inflammatory way, even if it ends up, you know, getting lots of negative reactions. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Good to know, Zero. Good to know. Also, a turkey tipper, welcome. Any day I take controversial papers like this over the million AI ethics papers every month. That's got to be a depressing situation. And I know many instructors of philosophy have been talking about that lately, really, like, over the past few years, of how, like, you know, how to assign papers in college classes that are not just written with AI, that don't end up just being written with AI. It's actually even started to affect, you know, journal submissions for academic journals. So yeah, no, it's crazy. Luckily, this paper was written before the advent of, you know, ChatGPT and things like that. Not that I think anyone would accuse this paper of being AI. Maybe it's just a little too weird for that in the first place. But yeah, this one, yeah, it's easy for people to rest assured. Like, this was all me, you know. Although, of course, I did have, you know, conversations with others about it, which helped to influence my thought. But all the typing, all of the text itself came from me. You'd probably annoy them more if you said it was written from a standing desk. Ooh, yeah. I probably would. That's because then I get like the element of superiority, like, oh, like you just have a regular desk. Well, I have a standing desk, you know. I really care about my posture. And then, yeah, they'd hate me even more for that. Also, there's something to be said about the difference between communication with fellow philosophers and communication with the general public. I mean, I suppose so, yeah. Like, if you're communicating to the general public, like, I will avoid certain jargon, for example, that I might be comfortable using in the presence of professional philosophers. This paper, I think it's important to say, too, that the audience for it was other, like, philosophy professors and grad students, given that it was published in a academic journal. But with that said, you know, sometimes even things that are published in academic journals get shared, like, on Twitter, and then they get exposed to a broader audience than they might have first been, you know, primarily intended for. But yeah, in response to your questions, Zero, are there AI ethics papers being written? That seems crazy to me. Crazy, alas, but true. Yeah, there's pretty much no area of inquiry that is safe when it comes to papers being written AI. Yeah, various professors all around are just, you know, scrambling to try to find ways of addressing this. Some are even just shifting to entirely like in-class writing assessments and not even assigning papers outside of class anymore. So I know that's one thing that a lot of them have been doing. IDK honestly just find it inflammatory, and I've been trying to express this for a long time. I just know better than to yell at you for it. Okay, well, thank you for sharing your view, Tia. Even if we don't agree, I do, of course, always respect your views. But yeah, it is, as you say, Tia, it is, yeah, ironic, the irony of an AI ethics paper. Standing desks are pretty neat. I should probably get one sometime. I feel like if you write a paper, especially an ethics paper, and use AI, you should get an automatic 0. Yeah. I mean, if it were one of my students doing that, and I could, you know, prove it was AI, I think, and well, first of all, I would have, you know, policies in the syllabus about that, which many or most professors do. But yeah, certainly it would be an automatic 0, and possibly an even more extreme penalty than that, because I think that really does undermine the purpose of an education. Is if you turn in work, submit it as your own, that you expect the professor to spend their time, you know, grading and thinking about and pouring their effort, their sweat into, when in fact you didn't even like write any of it beyond prompting an AI. To me, that seems like, you know, something sufficient for, you know, a disciplinary penalty in terms of perhaps, you know, being suspended or you know, failing the class. And more generally, I think one thing that at least some would debate is, yeah, maybe there needs to be, you know, harsh penalties for that, which I'm somewhat sympathetic to, as much as I hate to say it, because I do try to be compassionate. But lots of TAs use AI to write exams too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, true, no doubt. Yeah, my department when I was doing masters was absolute chaos at trying to figure out how to handle AI. Yeah, no, it's a shit show out there with AI. But chat, to go back to what I was saying earlier, you might remember when I said that there were some accusations being made against me. So not just people like, you know, calling me evil and stuff, but a more specific accusation that some of these people are making, which I think would just be worth kind of showing what it looks like. I'm just going to close out of some tabs here first so I don't open up too many. But here's one of them that I wanted to share with you. This person, Paradise Ant, says Harry Chalmers is just preparing for discussing the possibilities of an open relationship with his wife. Oh, no. He's on to me, chat. How does he know? How did he know? Don't take it as a serious proposition. Is just scaffolding so he can get some on the side. Chat, he's inside my head. I don't know how I'm going to get past this. He's just so concisely gotten to the truth of the matter. the whole motivation I had for writing this paper, it was all just to justify my own hopes of getting some on the side. How am I going to tell my wife about this? My wife who doesn't exist. How will I tell her? And funnily enough, this wasn't even the only time this came up. It's like this person, Io Bo, says his wife must have found out. Which I gotta say, I love the image of me, like saying, like, my wife comes home Wednesday and like sees me, you know, with another woman, and suddenly like I'm panicking and freaking out, and just in a fit of desperation, I type up this philosophy paper. Like, is monogamy morally permissible? And then like I submit it to journals. I'm like, take that, wife. Now you can't criticize me. Because that's the only thing you can do, right? Like if you get caught cheating, is time to, you know, time to like write up a philosophy paper and try to get it published somewhere that justifies your choices. Axe, have you noticed your brain works differently? You're a philosopher VTuber and seem out of the norm with general emotions and understandings. True, I think in ways that I think are different from many or most people's, but I do try to argue for them, and I think the arguments can and should be engaged with on their own merits. And I do try to appeal to premises that I think many or most people would find plausible, like premises just about the nature of love, on how our actions in romantic relationships should be consonant with love for our partners, and how part of loving someone is not to place any unjustified restrictions on their freedom. And I think those are sufficiently abstract and general and plausible to most people that it wouldn't just be a matter of me saying, oh, like it seems this way to me, and so like accept my view. Of course, people can disagree with me on some of the premises I appeal to, but I do at least attempt to make them, you know, broadly plausible premises that, you know, you don't necessarily have to agree with my conclusion already to find the premises plausible. Well, he can read your thoughts. Yes, you can. Just tell him, joke's on you, I don't have a wife. Yeah, that's I mean, the only response really I could give right here, right? Yeah, turn it around on them in that way. But oh yeah, so Tia's Blaze Cubes, I talked about that in a recent stream. Tia, which stream? I'm guessing, you can tell me if I'm wrong, Tia, but probably there you're referring to the debate that we had, which I know I linked in an earlier comment, but it was like near the beginning of the stream. But if you look on the debate that Tia and I did about a month or so ago, then at some point in the stream, I do believe we talked about that a little bit. Ooh, further one in this category. Yeah, when you get caught cheating and you take the defensiveness just a little too far. So I have a community of people here on Twitter chat who are not just thinking of like, hey, this guy's evil, but now they think I'm a cheater too. Of course, it was posted ironically, I'm sure, but still, it's an image that I love of getting caught cheating, and the first reaction one has is to write it up a full philosophy paper on it. Also, if you're not familiar, chat, you can see here, this person posted a passage from something called the Wicked Bible, or the Sinner's Bible. Thou shalt commit adultery. And this is something I didn't really know about this until relatively recently, but the Wicked Bible, and sometimes it's called the Adulterous Bible or the Sinner's Bible, is sort of an erroneous edition of the Bible. It was published in 1631, but there's a mistake in it. There's a misprint, particularly concerning the Ten Commandments, and that the word not was omitted from the sentence, thou shalt not commit adultery. So that is what this person is referring to here. I guess they think my view is that, like, we should commit adultery, like we should cheat on each other, which is not my view. I think that we just shouldn't make monogamous promises to each other in the first place, monogamous commitments in the first place, rather than that we should make the commitments and then break them. But nevertheless, you know, respect to this person for citing an old text and, you know, giving us a chance to talk about the Wicked Bible a little bit. A little bit in my last two chatting streams, and also my Substack, being released with more details. Oh, that's right. Yeah, your Substack did go into that as well. And your last two two chatting streams. But yeah, like this is one that just it came up so much. This accusation of me like cheating on my partner and using that as like the motivation. And speaking of Satan too, this person said, was this Chalmers quoting Satan? Is there a work of Satan in the references of this article, perhaps? And my answer to that is no. I considered adding some works of Satan, like I was reading them while writing this paper, but ultimately I decided not to. But, you know, who knows? Maybe in my next paper, I'll have to consult and cite some more of the works of Satan, because he has some very good things to say on this subject, chat. But yeah, I think this is the first comment that's referenced Satan or the devil in particular. But not the last. Chat, if you want even another one on this, there's a further meme I can share with you, which is which I found quite humorous. Our very own Tia Faire, who's in the comments right now, shared this with me earlier today. Of sort of, I guess this person on the left is like the embodiment of Reddit and Twitter. Oh no, saying, I bet you hate women and worship Satan. And yes, then little old me on the right is, I like non-monogamy. So very, very nice, Tia. Thank you for sharing this. Very nice. Your illustrations are always really nice, and I love the facial expressions. So thank you again so much for that. Blue Ice Cube says, adultery, quote, yeah, adultery, and you're talking about polygamy, which in the Bible, men had multiple wives. Yeah, it's kind of intriguing. The Bible, to my knowledge at least, never makes a clear statement on whether non-monogamy is recommended or not. There are, of course, some men in the Bible, especially like if you go back to the Old Testament, of men who have multiple wives, and the Bible never at least gives a clear condemnation of it. But yeah, with polygamy, I would prefer maybe just the word non-monogamy in general, or polyamory, but polygamy would certainly be a form of non-monogamy. But yeah, it's funny if it really, I think one could advance the critique that if non-monogamy really is satanic, then we might have expected to find a clearer condemnation of it in the Bible, at the very least, than what there currently is. Imagine cheating on your partners, thinking it's God's will, only to find out at pearly gates some idiot made a typo. Okay, that's really good, Turkey Tipper. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I guess different people will have different views on, like, if there really were a case like that, maybe they would say like, oh, you thought you were following God's will, so maybe it's okay. I could see some people taking that approach, whereas others might go the more hard line, like, no, you should have known. Typo doesn't excuse it. I have no clue how people think you're a Satanist or devil worshiper, like you're just a guy. Yeah, people think all sorts of things about you, I guess, when you have views that are revisionary or controversial. People using the Bible to push their own agenda and warping its words, slowly killing me. Yep. Happens all the time, though. Happens all the time. Sadly. Accusations that you want to get away with cheating are really just the laziest. Like Leon did it a long while ago, but it was obviously a joke. Yep. Speaking of jokes and speaking of Leon, I think I know what you're referring to there, Tia. Could it be this tweet right here? From the Leon we all know and love. Axaeon, stay away from my wife. Okay, well, first of all, Leon, a few things I want to say on this. One of them is that I played your recent Resident Evil game, and it was fire. Like, dude, you've gotten a little older since 1998, since Raccoon City, but you have not lost any of your touch. So I just want to say, amazing job in that recent adventure. I had so much fun playing your game. Now, second, as for the, like, staying away from your wife bit, I just want to say, look, it was 1 ground pound. Okay, 1 ground pound in Mario Party. In Mario Party, when we were playing Mario Party, I should specify that. Let's not blow things out of proportion here. Okay, you're acting like it was like constant, you know, ground pounds or anything, but it wasn't anything like that. Also, I will have you know that I ground pounded and was ground pounded by Karis at least as much as by Tia. So it all balances out, you know. Say it all cancels out in the end. But all that said, I do, of course, respect your feelings, Leon, and respect your opinion. So your concern is noted. I will try to cut back on the ground pounds in the future. That is my solemn promise to you, is that I will... Your compliments won't let you get away from this. Oh, no. Oh, no, I was hoping the compliments would help. But now he's on to me. Axaeon about to get the zombie treatment. I don't know if I could beat Leon in a fight. I probably can't. Because he's like been in fights before and I like haven't. But hey, if that makes me, maybe I'll be like the new boss of like a Resident Evil game. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, no worries, Leon. We're all good. I feel like, you know, this is something. This will be all behind us in the future. We like for me, not right now. Like we're cool. Like, you know, we just gotta put the past behind us. You know, the past is the past. That's what I always say. Things like this. But chat, I don't want to focus too much on the hate tweets, which there are, of course, many more I could go into about me and Satan and me and like, and me and just, you know, whatever other various vicious accusations have been made against me. I do want to turn to some other things, because like some of these, as I mentioned earlier, were actually really funny. Let me just say, like, I'm going to change the category at the top. Current category. We'll just go funny tweets, because there was one in particular, or actually several in particular. This Republican farmer, this is just based on that abstract. I think he's arguing that friendship equals sex. Does that mean I've never had any friends? Ooh. Well, kudos for your honesty and your openness, Republican farmer. And no, I want to say it doesn't mean that you've never had any friends. In fact, I bet you do have some really good friends. And even if you don't have any friends, I bet that you're a person who is worthy of friendship. Like maybe, you know, if we knew each other in real life, perhaps we would even be friends. So I don't think that friendship equals sex. As funny as a statement as that would be, like it would be like a nice pithy, you know, provocative statement you could make. But my view is rather that friendships and sexual and romantic relationships have a certain property in common, namely the property of being important human goods, or things that, at least in the normal course of events, enrich our lives, and that this is enough to sort of ground the analogy that the argument attempts to make. So that's all I would say there. But Republican farmer, yeah, best of luck with finding friends. If you feel that you need more friends, let me know if I can help. Leon says, well, on the topic of non-monogamy, you should analyze the Tia clip I'm sending you now. Then Tia says, that clip has nothing to do with the topic. Okay, well, now I'm kind of intrigued. So, oh, this is from the recent Xenoblade stream, it looks like. Are y'all seeing this chat?
Lana staying here with Walolo. Lana love Walolo. Do not poor Lana away and tear fluffy heart into pieces. Accept that this is what Lana truly wants. Because I feel like this is not really any of my business, getting involved in other people's domestic disputes. I just mostly want to get my payment from Boo Boo, so I'm gonna try to take Boo Boo's side in this. Tell Lana that she can't betray Boo Boo like that. Friend is right, but also wrong. Love of Lana. Oh God. So Lana stay here and start better life with Walolo. I didn't even know. What? Lana married to Boo Boo already? Walolo not want anything to do with this mess. Walolo is not wrecker of homes. Oh no. Lana not getting Walalo get away that easy. Real Nopon takes responsibility for actions. No way. Walalo heading back to NLA. Bye-bye, Lana. Lana staying...
Okay, interesting. Yeah, the part about being the wrecker of homes. Because that's basically the accusation that that some have been saying, like, ooh, is Axaeon, could he be a wrecker of homes? For the sake of transparency, that tweet was a joke and didn't actually happen. Yeah, I hacked Leon's account and posted it. Yeah, that's a good note, Leon. Actually, I should have mentioned that earlier. So for anyone who's curious, yeah, this tweet, it is very funny, but it is just a joke. So I don't want anyone to, I don't want to risk misrepresenting Leon, but it was a very funny joke that he sent to me earlier today. Ax, have you had friends? I like to think so. Wait, that cut off before she lied about being pregnant. Oh. Now I guess we're just going to have to watch the whole stream, huh? Yeah, sadly, I guess clips, maybe the maximum they can be is 1 minute. I don't know actually what the maximum for clips is on YouTube. But that helps give some more context to the clip, I suppose, Tia. So thank you for letting us know that that character lied about being pregnant. If he's a Republican farmer, he should ask his sister for friendship. Yeah, I don't know if I can comment on that. I'll just have to let that one stand on its own. I said it's not about non-monogamy because she doesn't love either of them. Oh, I see. I see. Clips only last a minute. Okay, that's useful to know. Thank you, Leon. Guess we just got to watch whole stream for the context. We do and we should, but at some other point, I would recommend you all to watch Tia's Xenoblade streams. Which, by the way, Tia, congratulations on recently finishing those streams, because I know that was a big commitment in terms of a lot of streams, you know, for finishing that game. It's nicely done. Tia and Chairman are right there. Of course he has friends. Yeah, true, Blue Ice Cubes. I like to think that I've made many friends, and that includes, of course, my friends in the VTubing space and everyone, you know, associated with that space, whether as viewers or, you know, as fellow VTubers. Yeah, so I like to think of, like, I know there are some people who have maybe a bit of skepticism about, like, if you make a friendship with someone purely online, is it a real friendship? But I think it is. I've always been inclined to consider those friendships just as real as in-person ones. Then she faked a baby with Lalo using a stuffed animal of their species. Okay, I don't know exactly what the plot of this game is, but it sounds really complex and bizarre. Like, I can tell a lot happens in this game. Of course, he's ground pounded both of us after all. What am I saying? I'd like to think you've got friends. Thank you, Zero. I appreciate that. And you're a friend too, Zero. You've offered so many supportive comments. And I know we've talked a little bit in, I think, some of the Discord discussions before when I've joined on Karis's server. So yeah, I'm very happy to consider you one of my friends too. Enough of the ground pound talk. Yes, I think now is a good time to turn the page on the ground pound talk too, Web of Concepts. Hide your husband T if Axe branches out. He might go after Leon next. Ooh, true. You never know these days. Sometimes I might, especially with how much I thought of Resident Evil 9 and, like, I really enjoyed the game. Yeah, maybe Leon's next on my radar. Who knows? But speaking of, yeah, funny tweets, like this one I had to comment on because I think this person is under a mistaken notion of what being a professional philosopher is like. They say, it seems that rent is due again for these, quote, philosophers. Ooh, the quotation marks, that hurts. Can't even be mentioned as a philosopher disquotationally, have to be in scare quotes. But to this person, I would just say one thing. Okay, if your impression is that philosophers get paid for having a journal publish their paper, you are mistaken. I can tell you how much money I made from this paper. It was $0. Just like is the case in general for philosophers when they publish a paper in a scholarly journal. The credit that you get from it is not in the form of money. It's in the form of being able to add a line to your CV. So I suppose you could say maybe indirectly there's payment insofar as, like, if a philosopher publishes lots of things, maybe that makes them more likely to get tenure, more likely to get hired for various jobs. And that absolutely is a consideration. But it's not like philosophers go around thinking like, oh, rent is due. Better get a paper published in an academic journal. It's not like more mainstream, commercial publishing where like the author gets paid for their articles. This 20-year-old thinks journals looks like newspapers. Yeah, like it definitely is not like that at all. And it's funny just to come across this notion in the wild. Philosopher and paid in the same sentence. Yeah, no, like for real, Zero. You said it way better than I could there. I had to go on Zitter just to make a Leon account just so nobody could take that fake account. Oh, Leon, that is commitment. That is commitment to the joke, and I respect that. So thank you for your commitment. Zero says, thank you. Oh, you're very welcome, Zero. Well, it's all true. It was just a side quest, but if you like the humor, you should consider playing Xenoblade. Maybe I should. Yeah, now I am intrigued, at least. Another mistaken impression someone had recently, which I also just had to bring up. Mads here says, woke versus super woke. Yep, that's the impression they get from this title and abstract. It's funny because, just real talk for a second, to share a little bit more about myself, I'm actually not woke. Like, this person seems to have made the judgment about me being woke purely from the paper's conclusion. But in fact, like, there's nothing in this paper about marginalized groups or checking one's privilege or oppression or victimhood or vulnerability or anything like that. Like, it's all like very general premises about, the nature of love and the nature of permissible restrictions in a romantic relationship and analogies with friendship and so on. And so some philosophers I know from other threads, other contexts, have said, like, yeah, like this paper is actually like surprisingly conservative when you look at the way that it argues, even though maybe the conclusion is not what we would normally think of as conservative. So this is just another case of, someone I think is maybe hasn't read the paper, but perhaps made some assumptions from the conclusion on it, which, in a way perhaps is somewhat understandable. Like, I guess if I were just presented with someone who had this conclusion and I didn't know anything else about it, I might think, oh, well, maybe this person's arguing from, a far left perspective. But in fact, that is not the case. That's funny. Oh, welcome, Yovko. Last Cubes, I'm too woke for super woke. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I want to know what super woke would be. Because there's like regular woke, but then super woke. Well, I guess this person thinks it's me, but I will just have to tell this person, Mads, you are mistaken. I am not super woke. Axaeon, what is your opinion on mukbang? So, Marvelous Gaming Time, welcome. Welcome to the stream. This is going to be a little embarrassing. I actually don't think I know what mukbang... In fact, let me look it up right now. Or is this something I want to have in my Google search history? Let's see. Okay, an online trend originating in South Korea where a host consumes large amounts of food while interacting with a live audience on platforms like YouTube. Driven by the desire for social connection, ASMR, and entertainment, creators often consume viral foods like ramen, spicy chicken, and cheese-covered dishes. Well, I can't say it's the kind of content that I would normally make or that, would normally appeals to me. Like, I don't normally watch this kind of stream and, would not really want to make it. But, I don't have anything against people who are into this. Like, it's fine if people want to do that, I think. As long as they're, not overdoing it to the point where it endangers their health. But if it's just like a regular eating stream, like, I could see that being incorporated with a cooking stream. Like, those of you who remember my birthday jam, maybe that was my mukbang. I might even be mispronouncing it. But yeah, that to me was kind of like an eating stream, but like it wasn't like an extreme. It was just like a relatively, moderate amount of food. But I'll have to do maybe another stream like that in the future. I could see, integrating that with a cooking stream. Like if I cook something on stream and then eat it, like that could be kind of cool. So I might have to do that at some point. I'm confused, honestly. They have a trans flag, but are accusing others of being woke. Yeah, though, to be fair, they might not mean it in a bad way. Like, maybe they think, like, super woke, like, yeah, this is my kind of person. I'd be surprised if they mean that, but, you know, they might. It's left open, at least. It's a very sort of ambiguous comment in a certain sense. Super woke is not woke enough for me. Oh, Lack Attack's welcome. Wow, so maybe you're the real, like the ultra super woke then. Maybe you're the only one among us who can lay claim to that status. If this is super woke, I'm wondering what woke is to him. Fair question, Zero, fair question. Maybe it is as you said, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell for sure where these commenters are coming from. On one hand, we may say that it's not our responsibility to be moral saints, but also one may argue that even being standardly vegan is above their pay grade, so to speak, or would count as sainthood. Moral sainthood, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting point about moral sainthood there, UFCO. I suppose I'm inclined to say it's not a him. Oh, okay, well, in that case, her or their. But yeah, in that case, I'm inclined to say that moral sainthood, I think when most philosophers speak of it, think of it in terms of like someone who is as morally good as possible. And being standardly vegan, to me, seems like... I would just be inclined to say that it seems like that's not enough for moral sainthood. Maybe it's a component of moral sainthood. Like, that seems possible. But... yeah, like if somebody wanted to say like, no, we're not obligated to be vegan because like we're not obligated to be moral saints, and being vegan would be just too much like, you know, being a moral saint, I would be skeptical of that argument. I think that's setting the bar for moral sainthood a little too low. But that would just be my reaction to what that person, that hypothetical person, would be saying. Yeah, gluttony core, yeah. I can't say I'm into gluttony core, but it is true, as you say, T, I actually have done the stream somewhat like that, just with a moderate amount of food. I'm so woke, I'm not sleeping. Oh, I see what you did there, Blue Ice Cubes. Your jam session was technically mukbang. Oh no. Guess I'm that kind of streamer now. I'll have to do like a sequel to that for my next birthday. You'd be surprised at the spectrum of thought a person can have. Yeah, and that's what I think one thing that all these tweets represent, is just how wide the spectrum of thought is on this. But speaking of that spectrum of thought, here's another one, not to bring Satan back into it too much, or evil, but this person, Teddy, says, is this the evil son of David Chalmers? And those who are wondering, like, David Chalmers, who's that? Well, I can tell you he is this man right here. I'll scroll down so you can see him a little more easily. Who's a philosopher of mind, and I think it's fair to say one of the most prominent, most respected living philosophers. Like, hugely influential. And again, especially if you're someone who is at all into philosophy of mind. Like, David Chalmers is really one of the major living ones. And he used to have much longer hair. Like, if some of the pictures that you find of him, if they're pictures from a bit farther back, he might look a little different. Because his hair used to be like from someone in like a metal band. But then I was kind of sad when he got it cut, but nevertheless, now he has sort of that more conventional appearance. And he actually is also a very nice person. I have met him once when he came to give a talk at Brown when I was a grad student there, and we got to joke around of whether I was like his long lost son. And so yeah, no, cool guy. Yeah, big fan of... I'm not a philosopher of mind, but I do like David Chalmers quite a bit. Oh, just with that, wow, I'm running out of tab space. Time to close some of these tabs. Okay, but yeah, I think with actually, maybe I should check up on comments here. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get to meet David Chalmers again, but it's enough to me to know he's out there somewhere. Show his song. He helped with fill papers. Ooh, that's a good note. That yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, David Chalmers also is a musician and has like songs that you can find on YouTube. I don't know if I'll show them now. I think maybe possibly near the end of the stream, if I think of it then, might be a good time to show some of those. But Yeah, feel free to remind me if I forget, Yuako. His wig got snatched, yeah. I know, it's so sad because like the older pictures of him, I thought the long hair looked so cool. He doesn't look bad now, like he looks fine now, but the long hair was really one of his distinctive traits. And true, yeah, he did help with the site Philpapers, so he's one of the major forces behind that. That would be funny. Even outside the context of this debate, he could have had you in his 20s. Yeah, possibly. Men cutting their long, luscious hair should be a crime. You know, Zero, it doesn't surprise me that you say that. That seems like the kind of opinion I would have guessed beforehand that, yeah, like that's something Zero would say. But it makes me happy that you say it. IDK, in my language, long hair is a euphemism. Ooh, for woke men. Maybe David Chalmers is secret, or maybe he turned from woke to anti-woke when he cut his hair. Maybe that's what it is symbolizing. If you want to limit Satan to specifically being the best, that's fine. I could use another term here. For the same reasons that standard vegans may justify not being extreme vegans, non-vegans may justify not being vegans. Perhaps. I'm not sure exactly what an extreme vegan would be in this context, but yeah, sometime later. Might be curious to talk about that a little bit more. Okay, so you're telling me he's actually the first idle philosopher. In a way. Yeah, idle. I don't know if you could say, I don't think you could say he's justice incarnate. I think he might fall short of that, but yeah, idle philosopher. He might fit that bill pretty well. But chat, I don't want to give a mistaken impression here of the tweets that people were raising, because some of them actually were pretty supportive, and I do want to acknowledge those. So the current category, let's look at some of those that were actually on the more supportive side. Like one of them that came up here is just this one saying, from Intellikia, saying this type of papers are a litmus test of ethical intelligence. The people who feel offended by reading a formal argument on a controversial topic, you know they shouldn't be allowed to participate in politics because their opinion will be vacuous, banal, superficial, vain, biased, fallacious, and sentimental. Quite a list of adjectives there. And I personally defend monogamy, but that's another topic. So yeah, I mean, I think some of this might be putting it like a little harshly, but in general, I suppose I'm inclined to agree that at least the ideal we should aim for is to be such that when we encounter a controversial view or a viewpoint that we don't immediately agree with, that it is better at least to respond with curiosity and not to immediately take offense. Hint, you can set the text source to be right aligned. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to do that next time so I don't have to manually drag it. Thank you, Dia. All the socialism leaving the man when he cuts his long hair short. Yeah. It's tough to say exactly what happened with that, but I'd like to imagine something like that happened with David Chalmers. Men with long hair, please stop cutting it. So true. What do you think, chat? Should my model get long hair someday? Could you see that? Axaeon with long, luscious hair. Maybe I'll have to do that someday. And then it would be really funny, you know, chat, if somebody saw me with the long hair and they saw like one of my stream thumbnails and they thought I was a girl and clicked it for that reason. And then they heard my voice and realized that I'm not. But then maybe they just end up sticking around anyway because they are intrigued by my appearance or they're intrigued by my content. Next time, it would take a second to do it right now. Okay, yeah, it would take a second, but then we would be like, that's a whole second that we wouldn't have anymore after that. Woke long-haired Axaeon. Oh, okay, well, if it means I have to go woke, I don't know. Extreme vegans may not buy from shops, but they also sell animal products because it could support the business. Thus also help them sell animal products or other things like that. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Would be cool. So I knew you were about to ask that. Yeah, sometimes I think you all know me just a little too well here. Like my thoughts have become transparent to you even before I voice them. Kind of cool, to be honest. Ooh, yeah, catfishing for philosophy. Exactly. And then another person wrote Beneficence, very nice account name there, said, you can tell it's a good paper because it has a million responses from people genuinely incapable of rational thought and who are frustrated by being asked to engage in such a process. So again, with kind of, maybe harsher wording than I myself would use, but it's, appreciate the support all the same. Of course, there are also plenty of good responses and, very serious, much more serious criticisms than the ones I've been looking at so far, which I'll be looking at those in just a moment. But in a similar vein, Mateus says, honestly, similar philosophical puzzles are cool, and people make too much of a fuzz about it. This paper is fun as fuck. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But chill out. Most people who ridicule it have no good reasons to do so apart from some borrowed common sense. And we all know about common sense, right, chat? That philosophers are contractually obligated to reject common sense. Except not really, but sometimes I think. Sometimes philosophy can revise common sense. Maybe they'd think Axaeon was trans. Okay, yeah, possibly. They might think that if I had long hair. What about the second saved when you no longer need to jiggle the text around each time? Yeah, but isn't it fun watching me jiggle the text? Isn't like part of the draw of the streams? See, like I can show you right now, chat. You want to see me jiggle the text? See? Ooh. Isn't this what you came for? Ooh, fun. I'm not going to lie. It is kind of fun to actually jiggle it around. I don't know if it's fun to watch it, but they're so right. OMG. Incapable is probably wrong. Their words are softer than I would have chosen. Wow. So Lacatex, I can see you feel strongly about this. Yeah, because I hate common sense. There's common sense philosophy. Okay, well, if you hate common sense, wow. That's pretty strong position in its own right. Yes, I have uncommon sense, rare sense even. Ooh. Yeah, I like that way of putting it, Lackey. That's a good way of putting it. Yes, okay. Zero says, big fan of jiggly text. I'm glad we have at least one fan of the jiggly text. Love watching text jiggle because I feel like a cat trying to catch, one of those feathered toys. Okay. I'll have to bring like a laser pointer asset to my next stream. Just for you, Blue Ice Cubes. And then one last one here on the supportive tweets. Sawtooth Shotgun writes, I don't think the point of all philosophy is to completely change your life, but instead to just give you a new perspective on something you've never thought about, which I thought was very well said. I really like this thought. Because my goal with writing a paper like this, or any philosophical paper, any presentation, any argument that I give, and I know I've said this before, but it's true, is less about getting someone to agree with me on something, and more of just offering a new perspective, helping the person to think through their own thoughts and ideas on something, perhaps in a different way or a little more deeply than they did. It doesn't matter to me, like, whether they agree with me in the end. Like, if they agree with me, fine. If they don't agree with me, that's also fine. But I hope to at least have given them something to chew on, something to think about, in much the way that other philosophers have helped me by, presenting their arguments to me and helping me develop my own thinking by considering their arguments. So I think this person here, Sawtooth Shotgun, really gets it, like really gets that aspect of the philosophical process, which so many other, like the hate comments from before, I think that they largely miss that, but Sawtooth Shotgun here understands. They're cooking. They very much are. I was just trying to help. Yeah, which I appreciate that, Tia. And it's possible, maybe in the future I will use right line. In fact, I could do it right now. Let's see if I go to properties. Let's see. Oh, align. You're right, Tia. There is alignment right. Let's see. I'm going to do it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. It didn't change. But I guess that means that if I change the text, okay. Supportive tweets. I see. Yeah, it's no longer going from the left. It's from the right. So useful thought. Thank you, Tia. So yeah, then Yoavko says, people rely on commonsensical intuitions all the time as well in philosophy, though it is often in order to show problems with them and whatnot. True, yeah, sometimes you can start with a common sense intuition, but then like if you can show it leads to a contradiction, then you might be led to revise that starting point. So that's one example that I think, yeah, goes along nicely with what you're saying there. Yeah, they're cooking. Yeah, they absolutely are. But speaking of cooking, there's a category of really good faith engagement that I just wanted to acknowledge. And this is from people who had criticisms of my argument, but like it wasn't just hate comments. Like it was people making a genuine effort to understand, a genuine effort to, you know, engage philosophically with something, with a point of view that they might not normally think. So I wanted to take a moment just to like look at some of those and talk about them. Because again, I think one of the risks of like facing like a social media like avalanche of negative comments is sometimes like you might, it can be easy to think, oh, like all of the comments were like that, when in fact they weren't. Like there were plenty of good ones too. It's like this person here, Iris, says, bigger issue is the idea of additional friends. What even are those? Yeah, what even are additional friends? It's on woke text now. So I forget which tweet I was on when you put that comment, Black Attacks, but yeah, unwoke text. There's probably going to be some more of that in this stream. So for anyone who is ultra woke, get ready. So bigger issue, yeah, the idea of additional friends. What are additional friends in the context of this argument? And here, just to clarify that part of it, I mean, friends in addition to one's partner. So in other words, if we count one's partner as also being a friend, like that's part of the initial analogy in the paper, the initial setup, is that we have two partners, but they're also friends. And that's whether you consider being friends like automatically included as being someone's part of being someone's partner, or whether it's just this additional stipulation, like that doesn't matter. But I'm thinking it in the sense of, you know, people will sometimes say like, I married my best friend, you know, today I married my best friend. Like they will view their partner as both a partner and a friend. And so in the hypothetical relationship that I describe in the thought experiment here at the beginning of the paper, I'm imagining a couple who like they're partners and they're also friends, but the agreement they have is to not make any additional friends, like no friends outside the relationship, or no friends apart from each other. So I think that that's, you know, a fair question for them to ask, but I hope that that helps clarify it for anyone who was wondering that. Heading for the door because Axaeon said no woke. Oh no, we'll be sorry to see you go, Zero. You had so much. But if you must go, I understand. Oh nice, yeah, that's probably the confusion. Yeah, I would suspect so. But another question or comment that came up in the category of good faith engagement is this person says, even from the abstract, you can already see faults in the arguments. Even if someone had a personal restriction on friendship, it would not be immoral. At best, you could argue that it wouldn't be prudent, but incircumspection doesn't always equate with immorality. So that's one I would like to engage with in just a second. This person's thought. Was joking, don't worry. Oh, okay. I figured you probably were, Zero, in case you didn't, or just to go along with the joke. I was just kind of like, oh, okay. But can't get rid of me that easily. Okay, that is good to know. Very good to know. What's interesting is in my sociology class, we talked about how your partner shouldn't be your only friend or really need to be a typical friend because it reduces socialization and outs pressure on the family, puts pressure on the family unit. I see. So that's possibly an interesting further note, or like further way of developing the argument is that, yeah, like if your partner is your only friend, maybe that creates certain, you know, practical difficulties, and maybe people need a certain level of, you know, greater socialization than that. So thanks for adding that, Blaze Cubes. But yeah, my main thought in response to this person, Martin the Poet here, well, actually I have a few thoughts. One of them is that when it comes to prudence or self-interest, so they say here, at best you could argue that it wouldn't be prudent, but incircumspection doesn't always equate with immorality. My view, for whatever it's worth, is that prudence is a part of morality. I think that prudential reasons, in other words, are just ipso facto moral reasons. And it seems to me that that kind of view gives us the most elegant, non-gerrymandered view of morality. Like we just say, okay, look, morality takes everyone's well-being into account, including one's own well-being. And I think that just helps us make better sense of morality than trying to carve out like special exceptions of like prudential reasons as non-moral. It just seems to me kind of a bizarre way of carving up the conceptual terrain here. But that said, I realize that's controversial. Like not everyone will agree with that view of metaethics, of the relation between moral and prudential reasons. So a further thought that I could offer here is from what this person says when they say, like, even if someone had a personal restriction on friendship, it would not be immoral. At best, you could argue that it wouldn't be prudent. What I think this is getting at is that this person is thinking of the phrase here, personal restriction on friendship, as being like a personal policy of, I'm not going to have more than one friend at a time. And in that event, then I would say, well, okay, that's one way you could look at that phrase, but it doesn't really line up with the argument in the paper. Because in the argument against monogamy, the restriction on friendship is meant differently. It's more like if you, that is, if you, my partner, make any additional friends, I'm going to end our relationship. So it's not just like I myself am not going to have additional friends. It's sort of an expectation being put on one's partner as well. And it's that I think more readily raises some of the ethical questions that the argument sort of probes a bit further. So that would be my main point of clarification in response to this person, Martin the poet. I'm trying so hard not to unpack the European in me and say, of course, they have a Serbian flag in the username. Oh, do they really? Or like the previous person? Oh, here, the iris, which I failed at. Yeah, normally when there are flags in people's names, I just don't really think about them that much, but I guess sometimes they can maybe offer little clues to where someone is coming from or how they're approaching something. Further comment here, and again, this is also, I think, very much in the vein of good faith engagement, is if two people agree to be only friends with each other and to no one else, would that be permissible? Seems to me it would. Weird, but permissible. So this is certainly one way you can challenge the argument that I've given. You could say, look, maybe a restriction on friendship of the kind I imagine actually is okay. Maybe it's actually not a bad thing. Because if you could successfully defend that, that would certainly undermine the analogy that I tried to give between monogamous restrictions and friendship restrictions. So my response there would be that to anyone who thinks that the friendship restriction is actually not all that bad, I think it's possible to level a very closely related argument against monogamy, but instead of appealing to the thought experiment involving the friendship restriction, the new argument appeals to more abstract principles. More abstract principles that I think end up getting at largely the same idea, but just without this thought experiment that I happen to use in the original paper. And there are two principles here that seem to me very plausible that the argument could be based on as an alternative. One of them is that one morally ought to conduct one's relationships in a manner that is consonant with love for one's partner or partners. So in other words, like a manner that does not go against love, a manner that is not in tension with love. So that is the first premise. And that to me seems like something that probably most people would agree with. At least if one disagreed with that premise, then we really might have hit bedrock. I don't know if there would be much of a possibility for continuing further. But that is one premise, one principle. The other is actually, well, I got to go, guys. You guys have fun. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for stopping by, Lycotex. It was good to see you here. So the other principle is that part of loving someone is to refrain from imposing unjustified restrictions on their freedom. And that's especially the case when the restrictions apply to activities that would further their well-being, like activities that would seem good for them. So in other words, when one imposes restrictions on what the other can do or what one's partner can do, especially if they're activities that seem good for one's partner, then there ought to be a reason for the restrictions. If there's not a good reason for them, then the restrictions are inconsonant with love. So those are two pretty abstract principles that I think just seem very plausible on their face. And from those two principles, it would follow that the restrictions in monogamy require justification. And so in the absence of such justification, the restrictions would be wrong in virtue of going against love. So to anyone who is sort of skeptical that the friendship restriction is bad, I think, we could just appeal to these more general sort of abstract principles. And then my question for them would be if they disagree with either or both of those principles, and maybe the discussion could continue on that terrain. Another comment kind of in this same vein, or at least a similar vein, is that if you want to be friends with someone who insists that you have no other friends, that's your choice. Because this is a thought that sometimes comes up when it comes to responses to this argument. People will say, well, look, don't you have the choice of conducting a relationship this way? And I think when people speak in this way, when they say, like, that's your choice, I think what they mean is, like, you have the right to do it. Like, it's something you have the right to do. Like, you have the right to be friends with someone who insists that you have no other friends. It could be that I'm misinterpreting that, but it at least seems to me like that's a plausible first pass at what this line might mean, or what this person might mean, of like, that's your choice. But if in fact that is what they mean, of just like, you have the right to do this, then I would say the issue I have with that is that the debate is not about what you have the right to do. It's about what is the right thing to do. So not what you have the right to do. It's about what is the right thing to do. And these can come apart. Like, it's not necessarily the same thing. An example is, I might, have the right to break a promise to a friend. Like, maybe I promise to meet them somewhere for lunch, and then I just don't go. I stand them up. It seems like I have the right to do that, like, in the sense that I should not be coercively prevented from doing it. Like, the government shouldn't outlaw that kind of behavior. But it's still not the right thing to do. Like, I still shouldn't, stand up my friend. But I see Uavco, that's what I'm thinking they mean. Zero says, okay, so maybe we read it a similar way. But it looks like Uavco says, I think it is more like, if you think it is bad, you could just not do it to be involved in it. Okay, true. Yeah, that's another plausible way, I think, of reading what they're saying here, which, if that's what they mean, and I see Tia agrees with Uavco. So yeah, maybe that's in fact what they meant. But one advantage, I suppose, of that reading is that it doesn't fall prey to the criticism I was just offering of there being a difference between having a right to do something and whether it's the right thing to do. If all they mean here is just like, if you think it's bad, you can just not do it or not be involved in it, well, then my response is like, okay, that's true, but I don't see how that's relevant to the issue. Like, it seems like everything in my argument is consistent with acknowledging that. Like, it's true. Like, if you don't think it's bad, you can just not do it. You can just choose not to be involved. But also, isn't it bad for them to do this? Isn't it unloving for them? Doesn't it go against love? Or isn't it in tension with love? Isn't there some tension, at least, with what love calls for them to be placing this restriction on you? Like, wouldn't it be more consonant with love if they were open to your having additional friends? And I think if we say that, then like, it seems like the rest of the argument goes through, regardless of this point about, like, technically, like, yeah, you can just choose not to do it if you don't like it. The thing is about not forcing others to also stop doing it. So I think I'm having some trouble parsing your comment there, Uavco. It's like, stop doing the friendship restriction, or like to stop doing the relationship. I guess I'm losing track of what the it is referring to there. Certainly, I don't think people should be forced to be non-monogamous, if that's part of what the comment is getting at. I just think they should sort of choose it on their own. It's not a great analogy, in my opinion. I think it's more like, if you don't want to be expected to show up on time, don't agree to it in the first place. Okay, but I guess now I'm losing track of how this would be a defense. of monogamy. I mean, I think one thing I could say, this might not end up addressing your concern, Tia, but I would just say for someone who has already made a commitment with someone to be monogamous, I certainly don't think that that person should just cheat. Like, I think the commitment is still binding on them. I simply would go on to add that it seems to me that partners should release one another from such a commitment if they've made it. Like, they should tell one another, hey, you know, that commitment we made to be monogamous, like, I know I sort of expressed to you or suggested to you that I don't want you dating others, but like, in fact, I'm not going to hold you to that anymore. Like, in fact, like, if you decided you wanted to date someone else, like, that would be okay with me. I suppose that would be my view of what partners should do with each other, just because it seems to me like that would be more consonant with the love that they have for each other. Again, I don't know if that fully addresses your concern, Tia, but it sounds to me like that was one thought that came up to mind when I read your comment. What if the restriction in itself is desired? Something like BDSM kinks come to mind, or people who stress out at choices. That is also a really good question, Turkey Tipper. And for cases like that, I would say one really important feature of those restrictions is that in BDSM, at least like when it's done well, when it's done in the way that it arguably should be, is that the restrictions can be dropped at any time without penalty. Like, for example, if someone says the safe word, then, you know, the activities stop, like, you know, they get taken out of the whatever restraints they're in, and all of that's well and good. In the case of monogamy, it doesn't seem like there's standardly anything like that. Like, there's not a safe word that people can have, like, you know, just to stop being monogamous. If the restrictions are dropped, like, it's understood there is going to be a penalty, a very big one, namely, like, you know, losing the relationship in most, if not all, cases. And so I guess one way of putting the point there, just if we try to frame it a little more generally, is that if a restriction can be dropped at any time without penalty, it seems to me like it's not a real restriction. And I think the restrictions in BDSM are like that, like not real restrictions, but the restrictions in monogamy are not. Like, they are real restrictions because there is a real penalty to dropping them. So I guess that's how I would sort of draw the distinction there. I took a moment to think, and if two friends decide they want to only be friends with each other and have no more friends, that doesn't exclude acquaintances, it just excludes closer relationships. And to be honest, I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, so on that, Blue Ice Cubes, there's a sense in which I agree, in that, like, if two friends, if they each person decides, I don't want to have any additional friends, like, I'm just going to stay friends with this one person, then I think that's fine. The issue I would have is if they hold the other person to an expectation of not making any additional friends. Because it seems to me it would be more consonant with love for them to be open to the prospect of their partner making additional friends. So that's where I would sort of draw the distinction there. Sorry, I meant that I think it is about not forcing others to not be involved in such a thing. I think the argument here is more so thinking that this is not inherently bad, but rather merely disliked or something. Like, if you dislike it, then you cannot do it, but leave those who like it alone. Yeah, so, I mean, when it comes to, leaving those who like it alone, I would just say, again, and not that necessarily you were suggesting this, but I think sometimes when a person says something like that, they might have in mind that I think there should be, like, active interference with people who are monogamous. And I don't think that. I think people have the right to be monogamous. I don't think they should be coerced into being non-monogamous, you know, whatever that would mean in practice. But it does seem to me that there's this, all the considerations pointed to in the argument about consonance with love and so on, and the need for restrictions to be justified. Like, it seems to me like those are still in place. And I think, absent some justification of the restrictions, it seems to me one could still criticize them. So that's kind of the position that I'm coming to this from. Yeah, BDSM is all about consent, which you can retract at any time. I see. Thank you, Zero. It's a good way of summing up, Yoav. Oh, see. So it sounds like you and Yoav are kind of in agreement on this one, Tia. That's a fair point. I'll need to read your paper. Okay, yeah, well, if you want to read it, Turkey Tipper, and you have trouble finding it, you can always let me know, and I'll be happy to send you a PDF. But maybe it should be possible to find PDFs online, but like if you run into paywalls on like the official journal site, then yeah, feel free to let me know. You can like DM me on Twitter or Discord, and I'll send you a PDF. I guess it comes down to what love is. Like, I don't think love is just something you have for your partner. It's something that exists between you and your partner. That's an interesting way of framing it. That maybe there's a sense of the love which goes above and beyond, just like each person's individual feeling for their partner. Yeah, I mean, I guess a follow-up question I would have for someone like in this context on that would be if there's a way that leads to helping justify monogamy, which maybe it does. But yeah, I would just be a little curious to hear more on that, I guess. But in the meantime, oh yeah, Yuavko, happy birthday! I like the little celebration that we're having in chat of your birthday. So very, very nice. Nice to know that it's your birthday. Now, probably the longest comment that anyone put down was from Thiago here, which I know sometimes in chat on this channel there's a Thiago Marino. I don't know if this is the same Thiago. It might be a different Thiago. But in any case, I wanted to read this comment. Before I do, just quick hydration check, chat. I'm going to drink a little bit of water. Now might be a good time for you to drink some water as well. You know, it's important to stay hydrated. Okay, water break is over. So Thiago says, I actually think a restriction on having additional friends is permissible, and at worst, it is subrogatory. It is, after all, a voluntary choice to accept the restriction rather than end the relationship with the controlling partner/friend. So here again, we come back to this idea, Chad, of like it's your choice, it's a voluntary choice that you have. And then well, actually, maybe before we go further, I'm just going to explain the top part here. So when he writes that it's, at worst, it's subrogatory, what subrogatory means is it's a term that philosophers sometimes use to describe actions that are morally bad or second-rate or criticizable in some sense, but not strictly forbidden. Like they fall short of being so bad as to be just outright prohibited by morality. So in other words, like still morally permissible, even while being criticizable. And it's also the opposite, if you like to think of it this way, it's the opposite of supererogatory. Like the supererogatory would be actions that are morally good without being morally required. Like potential examples of that would be like giving all of one's money to charity would be like a very extreme action that a lot of people might think like, yeah, it's really laudable if one gives all of one's money to charity. But surely like morality isn't so strict as to require this of us. At least that's a view that one might have. It's like this goes above and beyond the call of duty, such that it's supererogatory. So anyway, that's just a little bit more context on that first part of his post. Since you say you're curious, how much would you like me to say right now? It could take us a bit far afield of the stream topic, so I could save it for VC or one of my own streams. That's a good question, Tia. It's a little hard for me to say without knowing in advance what it would be. I would say if it seems to you like it's, on the topics we're talking about, feel free to go ahead and elaborate. If you feel, though, that like, it's maybe starting to get far afield, then I also wouldn't mind saving it for, VC or one of your streams later. Either way is fine. So Thiago continues here. He writes, Harry Chalmers seems to implicitly rely on the idea that humans have a duty to pursue friendships. In a key sentence, he says, friendships are an important human good, and when we're in a romantic relationship with someone, we should want our partner to have such goods in her life. That only works for the argument if there's a duty to pursue friendships, since if it is sometimes permissible for S to decide to forego friendship, then there's no reason in those cases why S's romantic partner ought to want S to have more friends. Continues here, final paragraph, final part of the comment. I actually agree way more than most people that friendships are an important human good. I think many actions, which would normally be bad, are made permissible or even laudable if done for the sake of a friendship. But still, it is supererogatory to have friendships, and it would not be an injustice if you decided to agree to not have any friends, just as it would be permissible for you to go be a hermit by yourself, or to go be an explorer in Antarctica without any friends in sight, etc. And the case is similar with sexual relationships, as analogized by Harry Chalmers, etc. So a lot going on in that comment, but I want to start with this part here, when he writes, yeah, Harry Chalmers seems to implicitly rely on the idea that humans have a duty to pursue friendships. And then notes, in a key sentence, he says, friendships are an important human good, and when we're in a romantic relationship with someone, we should want our partner to have such goods in her life. Now, I can see how that sentence by itself might make it seem as if my argument does rely on the idea that we have a duty to pursue friendships. And I also agree that if I were in fact relying on that idea, like that humans have a duty to pursue friendships, especially if we cash that out as like a duty to maximally pursue friendships, then that would be a rather extreme claim, a very questionable claim. And it would be one that would perhaps undermine my argument. But I want to say now, just to clarify, I don't actually think that humans have a duty to pursue friendships, especially not like maximally pursue friendships. And none of my arguments here I see as relying on this claim. What I would say here is that this quotation is missing some important context. And I think once we add the context, we see that, in fact, let me see if I can just bring it up here. So this is the paper, and then here is the sentence that Thiago is quoting about friendships being an important human good. We should want a partner to have such goods in her life. But the very next sentence says, or at least we should want our partner to be free to pursue such goods as she sees fit. And so I see that as an important addition to this, that there's also this sort of more minimal, more modest claim that I think also works for grounding the argument. So that's the first point that I would make there, is just the basis of the argument is not so not quite so extreme as saying that humans have a duty to pursue friendships, especially not maximally pursue them. But then on the second point, a bit below, yeah, Thiago says, it would not be an injustice if you decided to not have any friends, just as it would be permissible for you to go be a hermit by yourself or go be exploring Antarctica without any friends in sight. So here, yeah, I guess my response would touch on something said above, which is that in the case of monogamy, the difference I see there is that it's not just you deciding not to have any additional partners yourself, but it's also a matter of restricting your partner from having any additional partners. And so just like someone deciding not to have any friends themselves is not analogous here. It seems to me that to make it analogous, it would need to be a case of someone restricting someone else from having any additional friends. And that to me arguably is a bit more morally problematic, or at least raises moral questions, I think, in a way that just deciding not to have friends oneself perhaps doesn't. Gotcha. I'll save it for later then. Okay, well, I'll be curious to hear it later, whenever you decide you want to share it too. I think both this comment and the previous have gotten the impression that you think it is impermissible. Yeah, well, that is what the paper argues of monogamy. Yandere axe, you all have to kiss each other. Brandishes axe, muscle memory. There actually was a comment, I might go into this a little bit. One of the tweets was kind of like that in something that it said. It was kind of, you know, making a joking comment, but yes, me as the enforcer of everyone must kiss everyone else. Love for all will be strictly enforced here by Axe Point. I know this is a lame move, but couldn't I just subscribe to the principle that monogamy is good? Seems like it makes sense of most people's intuition as well. So you could say that yeah, like, isn't it just kind of a brute fact that monogamy is good? I suppose then, like, if someone really were to take sort of a hard line on that stance, my, I guess, response would be like, okay, are there any features that make it good? And if they said no, like there's no good making features, again, like just like a total brute fact, I don't know if there would be much progress we could make. I mean, maybe there would be, but I think I would say, like, doesn't it just seem implausible that a restriction, like an absence, an enforced absence of something, could be good in its own right? Like, normally when we think of things that are good, they're not sort of absences or restrictions or things like that. Instead, they're something that is present in a positive sense. Like pleasure, for example, is like that, or knowledge. Like, none of these are absences or restrictions on things. And so maybe I could use that to try to suggest to such a person that it seems like perhaps we shouldn't just accept that monogamy is good as a brute fact. Perhaps another thing I guess I would say is then, like, what would their response be to why monogamy is prima facie inconsonant with love? Like, how do they respond to the friendship analogy, for example, the analogy of a friendship restriction? Like, if they think a friendship restriction would not be okay, like, I would ask them, okay, like, what's the morally relevant difference? And at a certain point, maybe they would be able to give an answer, or maybe they wouldn't. But yeah, it would be kind of a tricky, I guess, a somewhat tricky position to be in for the discussion. Like, we might be very close to hitting bedrock there. You could just assign inherent good value to it. Yes, a lot of people would, such as certain religious people. I guess I agree with the religious on this one. That's actually a point that is going to come up in a bit later in one of these comments. Someone giving a kind of religious stance of opposition to it. I think Chalmers did address that. If we're talking about the religion here, I'm not sure, or maybe the part about having intrinsic value. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've addressed the religion aspect in any of my papers, but certain other philosophers have touched on it. But I do hope to say something about it a bit later in today's stream. And then, oh, that's a really nice comment you wrote, Tia, about Web of Concepts. And I absolutely agree. Yeah, Web of Concepts, you're a very good chat. You always have interesting comments. So I hope you know that I appreciate your comments as well. If everyone kissed, I feel like we'd all get along better together. Maybe we would, Zero. Maybe we would. It's kind of where I'm at. Surely there can exist restrictions that are, that are just good in themselves. Well, I guess then maybe a follow-up question I would ask about that turkey tipper is, like, do you think love is also something that's good in itself? Do you think pleasure is also something that's good in itself? If you think that those things are also good in themselves, then to me, it would just seem, it would be very strange, and I think there would be a lot of tension in a view which also held that a restriction against those things, or having more of those things, or an absence of those things, could also be good in itself. Like, I just don't see what the motivation for a view like that could be. But maybe there is. Maybe that's one way, some would go. I'm unsure whether we mean the same thing by impermissible then, Axaeon. Let me simply say what I mean instead of relying on that word. I think you think that we should not allow, we should not allow monogamy, like thereby restricting the right of people to do it and whatnot. Let me see. Yeah, so in my view, when someone says that something is impermissible, the way I interpret that is just like they ought not to do it. Like, they're morally obligated not to do it. But not necessarily that, like, other people are obligated to stop them. Like, there can be a range of actions that it might be the case that someone ought not to do, but nevertheless, it would be wrong for other people to, force them to act differently. So that's kind of how I'm inclined to view talk of impermissibility. Friendships restrictions are permissible because both parties agree beforehand, just like relationships. And just because it's emotionally hard to end things because you formed a relationship doesn't mean it's impossible. Okay, yeah, true. Like it's emotionally hard to end things doesn't mean it's impossible. That's right. Yeah, it's still possible. But when it comes to this first part of your comment, Blue Ice Cubes, yeah, both parties agreed beforehand. I'm also having a little trouble seeing how that ultimately justifies monogamy. Though, I mean, it is a point that lots of people appeal to, of like, hey, doesn't the fact that they agreed to it make it morally permissible? But to me, it seems like the agreement is sort of beside the point. Because if it's true that sort of continuing to hold each other to the agreement is in consonant with love for one's partner, then it just seems to me like even though they did agree to it, like surely they ought to treat one another in a way that is more consonant with love for them. At least that's what I would say. I think sometimes people will say things like this, like the start of your comment. They will say, well, look, isn't any restriction in a relationship permissible as long as it's mutual and consensual? Like they might have, a very liberal sexual ethics where it all comes down to autonomy. Like it all comes down to whether the agreement is mutual and consensual. But also, just to motivate what I was saying earlier a bit more, I think that approach runs into some counterexamples. And another one, like in the vein of a counterexample that I would give here, is we'll take a restriction that's kind of like the friendship restriction from my example of like neither partner would allow the other to be friends with any additional parties. But it's a little more specific. Suppose that instead of restricting one another from having any additional friends whatsoever, it's just a restriction against having any black friends or any Asian friends or could be any race for this one. I think most people, like I know I would want to say, like it seems like that's not okay. Like, even if they agree to that restriction, it seems wrong. Like in particular, you could say it's racist for them to sort of to have and to hold each other to a restriction like that, for each of them to have the disposition of like, hey, if you make any black friends or Asian friends, what have you, like I'm going to end the relationship. I think that's a pretty easy restriction to find moral criticisms of. And the fact that they agreed to it just seems neither here nor there. So if that's right, and I know maybe not everyone will have my intuitions on that example, but from cases like that, I think we can motivate the thought that perhaps it doesn't all come down to just whether two partners agree on a restriction. There are additional considerations in place for whether a restriction is morally permissible. And in the case of monogamy, I think one of those further considerations is consonance with love, whether the partners are treating each other in a way that love calls for. And I think sometimes that can go beyond just a matter of whether they agree to the restrictions. You said about intrinsic value in another place, I think. Oh, okay, maybe I did. Yeah. Some of these things, it's been so long and I've written a lot on them, so sometimes I forget maybe exactly what I put. It would be more like if you enjoyed the aesthetic of having only one painting in your house and you feel that adding more would interfere with your feng shui. Okay, yeah, I suppose then maybe one difference there to you would be like if it's a person deciding like they don't like the look of other paintings or they think it's going to interfere with their own activities, I would see that as being analogous to like, deciding not to take on any additional partners themselves. Where I would sort of struggle to see the analogy, or where I think the analogy might start to break down, is when it comes to the fact that monogamy is not just a decision not to take on any additional partners oneself, but also a restriction on your partner from having any additional partners. So to me, I guess it would be like if saying your partner can't have any paintings like in their room, even if like you never go to their room and like you don't see the paintings. And that to me, I guess would seem like going a little bit far. I love this community. Oh, thank you, Web of Concept. I love this community too. I feel like the brute fact approach makes more sense if you're a more anti-realist, as then our intuition can just terminate in different places, whereas that would lead to problems for the realist. Yeah, interesting way of tying meta ethics into it. I normally don't really broach meta ethics too much in this particular debate, but yeah, I suppose I do tend to approach it at least from a realist angle. Yeah, I think even if we're anti-realist, though, we should at least say that we would want to at least say like we should strive for consistency and for there not being tensions among our intuitions. And it seems to me it would be really difficult, I think, for the person who says maybe monogamy is just intrinsically valuable. I think they might run into some difficulty reconciling that with other intuitions one could try to generate about about restrictions in relationships and friendships and consonance with love and things like that. So I guess that would be my main challenge then, is like, is there a way of putting all these intuitions together that just doesn't result in a view that's fraught with internal tensions? If they could do that, I would be pretty impressed. I fail to see how restriction and love have tension inherently. The restriction could precede love, either as a societal agreement or pre-relationship agreement. Well, what I would say here is, like, when we love someone, doesn't love involve a favorable disposition to their freedom? Especially when it comes to their freedom to do things that at least appear to enhance their well-being. Like, in other words, isn't love such that any restrictions on the other's freedom at least raise the question of whether they're justified, or at least sort of call out for a justification? Could be, maybe some people disagree with that. Maybe some people would think that there's not even any initial tension, like not even the appearance of tension between loving someone and restricting them from doing something. In which case, yeah, we might, I'm not sure if there's any way we could further probe the disagreement there, except to say that I think people would generally recognize the tension when it comes to other kinds of restrictions, but they might not be as inclined to recognize it when it comes to monogamy, just because of how familiar monogamy is. But if this person, like, were consistent in their view on that, and like other kinds of restrictions, they thought, like, yeah, there's not even any initial tension between that and love for someone, then I guess maybe their view would be, I wouldn't be able to nail them on an inconsistency charge then, I suppose. The Yovko says, to web of concepts might not necessarily reduce to intuitions. Depending on what you mean by anti-realism, the anti-realist may also agree it reduces to intuitions. Yeah, different people can mean different things, yeah, by anti-realism and intuitions. So I guess those would be valuable points for any people involved in that debate to clarify. To answer your question, I think that it could be aesthetically valuable to have a small number of friends, and that it could be consonant with love, yes. Okay, perhaps. I think the judgment of aesthetic value, I could see that applying to one's own friendships, but the trouble I would have is if it applies to judgments of how many friends someone else has, like how many friends one's partner has. Cube says, as a black person, I feel okay speaking on this, but for the relationship, I'd say it is morally permissible, mainly because the actual issue is the racism and not the agreement. Okay, but like, so first of all, thank you for sharing your opinion on that, Cubes. I appreciate that. And I would say there isn't, well, one could want to make a case, isn't the agreement itself racist? I guess would be one way of pushing that challenge I was raising earlier. But then another thing is, even if the agreement itself isn't seen as bad, then I guess one could, maybe one way I would reframe the argument then would be, like, maybe the monogamous agreement itself isn't bad, but might it nevertheless communicate something? Like in the case of the agreement about race, maybe the racism is bad. Maybe in monogamy it's something like possessiveness or something like that. I think that one could make a case there if one wanted to sort of push the analogy a bit further. It says, I think it may not be the racism necessarily. It might simply be for no reason. This explains the intuition here, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, I know, like, what I would want to say is that, like, when I think about that restriction of, and again, we could use any race for this, but in the initial example I gave was just, you know, no black friends. I mean, to me, it seems like I want to say, like, that seems wrong independently of what's motivating it. Like, it's not that my intuitions go like, oh, like a restriction like that could be motivated only by racism, and the racism is wrong, not the restriction. It's just the restriction itself seems bad. But this might be another area where maybe other people's intuitions differ a little bit from mine. Well, depending on what you take racism to mean. Yeah, I mean, here too, yeah, different definitions for this word. So that's, you know, some of those will play out here in this debate. I feel like you're missing the point. When you're in a relationship with someone, you don't live in two different rooms. You share the same space and must agree to how it should be decorated. Okay, yeah, at least in normal circumstances, you don't live in two separate rooms. But you can both have two of your own sets of friends. And when your partner is with their own friends that won't always be with you. I mean, sometimes you might be there. Sometimes it might affect things you will do in certain ways, but not always. Which is why it seems to me that a restriction against having any friends whatsoever, or any additional friends whatsoever, would be too extensive. And I guess I could say I feel something similarly about monogamy. Or at least that's how the argument, I guess, the way that I would push it there. Don't really see what inconsistencies there would be in saying it's intrinsically good. I feel like that's where my intuitions just lead me. Okay. Well, perhaps you're right, Web of Concepts, to feel that way. I mean, I guess the inconsistency that I guess I would see would be, like, if you think that love is good, but also, like, the sort of enforced absence or restriction against having more of a certain kind of love is good. Like, isn't that just on its face kind of an inconsistency? But I don't know if there's more I can say to it beyond that. Maybe it can work out in general. And yeah, whether the other person doesn't want you to have other friends or just black friends, if you find that objectionable, it's your prerogative to ditch them. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's your prerogative to ditch them. But also, it seems to me that's compatible with everything I've been saying. Maybe it's not, but I just, yeah, I would say that the fact that it's your prerogative to ditch them, I think is one matter. And another matter is, like, is the way that they're treating you, is this restriction consonant with love for you? I guess that's where the focus of the argument would be. Also, Estella, hello. Welcome, welcome. We've been having a nice, lively, spirited debate. Partly from reading the tweets, and then partly just from interacting with chat here. So welcome. As to my comment, I meant the realist. May also agree that it reduces to intuitions. I see. Thank you, Yovko, for the clarification. Yeah, I think I can imagine a love where freedom is highly restricted. There's a level of subjectivity here, like others are saying. Okay, so a love where, so Turkey Tipper, my question there would be, like, a love where freedom is highly restricted and where there's no justification for it? Because I do agree, like, there certainly can be restrictions in a relationship that don't go against love. The key is just, like, are there good justifications for the restrictions? But if someone were to say, and I don't know if this is what you were saying, but if someone were to say, like, there could be a love where freedom is highly restricted and where there's not even any justification for the restrictions, but, you know, without that going against the love at all, then I guess that's where I would get off the boat. I would want to say the absence of justification for the restrictions would make them go against love. Hello? Oh, yes, well, hello to you as well, Web of Concepts. Inconsistency, if you think... Okay, some of the chats to each other I might have to skip because chat is going kind of fast, which I appreciate. I appreciate the liveliness of the stream, but the conversations among each other I just might have to skip to make sure I get to them all. Possessiveness isn't really on equal footing with racism in the comparison department, but I'll try and say the act of being in a relationship alone is based on possessiveness and having someone be yours. Yeah, I don't think I would agree with that. I mean, I think that is the way people speak of it very often. Of, like, I'm yours, and they often feel this sense of possessiveness. But I'll just say, for me, love by its very nature seems like something non-possessive. Like, loving, I think the truest expression of love for someone would be to want whatever is best for their well-being, even if that means the person leaves you and, you know, doesn't get to see you anymore. Like, you love them so much that you're willing to confront whatever sadness there is involved in not having them in your life anymore. Like, having that disposition, that willingness seems to me like it would be the truest expression of love. Oh my God, to be honest, living in separate rooms would be kind of fun, not gonna lie. You know, Estella, it's funny you mentioned that because I like to think I would be a similar way. Just because of my having, like, odd sleeping habits, I'd like to think that, like, it would just be less stressful if I didn't have to worry about, like, waking my partner up by going to bed late and, like, getting up at weird times. So yeah, having separate rooms, I could see that working out well too. So then your question should be shifted to, are relationships at all morally permissible? I don't know about that. I mean, it's a question one could raise, but with relationships in general, I guess I wouldn't see a reason for suspecting that they're not morally permissible. It's only, I think, when restrictions come into play that the question is raised of like, is it okay? Or are these restrictions consonant with love for one another? So yeah, restrictions. Okay, restrictions in themselves. Yuavko says, what do you mean by monogamy being intrinsically valuable? Like it might sometimes be so and sometimes not. When someone says that they think something is intrinsically valuable, I usually take that as a general rule. Oh, yeah, I guess if something is intrinsically valuable, like if it's valuable, one way of cashing that out, there were multiple ways I think one could cash this out, but if you mean it's valuable for its own sake, it is a little hard to see maybe how that could be affected by circumstances. Because if the value comes purely from the thing itself and not from, anything extrinsic to it, then it seems natural to think that like wherever the thing is present, there would be value. Though it could be, maybe there's some fallacy there that I'm invoking, but I'm just not aware of now. But that's at least, I think, an intuitive first pass at it. Healthy relationships don't feel the need to own someone. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. And not that, of course, I know many monogamists would not, they would also agree that like they don't see themselves as owning their partners. But yeah, I think that it's absolutely right what you're saying, Estella. Right, I want my own room to decorate it the way I want. Yeah, sometimes having that freedom to just, decorate a space you want. There's nothing like it. BDSM not healthy? No, I mean, I think BDSM can be fine for people who are into it. I don't know if you were here for the earlier discussion on this, Yuavko, but with BDSM, the restrictions there, I would say it's important that, at least in normal cases, they can be dropped at any time without penalty. And so that to me seems like it makes them, in a way, not real restrictions. Like if they can be dropped at any time without any kind of penalty, just by like saying the safe word. Whereas it doesn't seem like there's anything analogous to that in monogamy. Like in monogamy, dropping the restrictions, there would be a penalty. Like typically, the loss of the relationship. So that's where I see the disanalogy there. Web of concepts. Actually, that's a good point. I think particularists would have issues agreeing to my being intrinsically good, as that's a generality. I see. But I still think agreeing to the principle of monogamy being intrinsically valuable wouldn't lead to any inconsistencies. Okay. Perhaps it wouldn't. Restrictions aren't always a bad thing, like bars having restrictions on drinking. Yeah, so Blue Ice Cubes, that's absolutely true. Yeah, restrictions are not always a bad thing. I think restrictions can sometimes be justified. And like the bars example is an example of that. I think for any restriction, there is a need for it to be justified. And if it's not justified, then it seems to me, in the context of a relationship at least, that the restriction is wrong, and that it would be morally better not to have the restriction if it's an unjustified one. So then, yeah, that I guess is why most of the relevant papers and so on, like most of the bulk of the paper, of the discussion, the sort of terrain of the argument is focused on just considering like what are the proposed justifications of these restrictions, and do they hold up to scrutiny? Turkey Tipper says, maybe if we're strictly utilitarian of seeking some cash out and happiness, there would be a conflict. But I do think some people find love with unjustified restriction as more desirable in itself. Okay, wow. Well, yeah, if they're willing to go that extreme, yeah, they might be able to evade this argument. I was simply half joking in reply to Estella about BDSM. Oh, okay, thank you for the clarification, Yuavko. It's technically just a fantasy. Well, Estella, I like to think maybe sometimes, not sometimes, maybe someday, you will have your own room to decorate, and you can decorate it all you want, and it will bring you happiness to see the way that you've decorated it. I think that is something that, even if it's not in your future immediately, I do think that at some point is something you'll get to experience. I think that the outlook on love you outlined applies to unconditional love, which is objective, but romantic love is relative, so different standards apply. I had a lot of trouble expressing this. Yeah, it's tough to express things, especially in a short limit like on the YouTube comment space. So kudos to UT and to all of you for trying to, for working within those confines. It's easier for me now because I get to speak at length. It's easier. I'm in an easier position on it than you are. But yeah, when it comes to the idea that different standards apply to romantic love than other kinds of love, and yeah, maybe what I've been saying is about unconditional love. I suppose the thing I would ask then is like, just what are these different standards? And not that you have to answer, but just that I would ask to anyone who put forth that line of thought would be, yeah, in what way is romantic love different in its standards? And do these standards, for example, include that, like in romantic love, restrictions don't need to be justified? Because then if that's the case, I would want to say, like, to me, it just seems that, like, regardless of whether the love is romantic or not, like, unjustified restrictions would still seem to count against love. They would still seem in tension with love. So that would be my main, I guess, question for that line of thought. It's just a fantasy for now. Yeah, someday though, someday. Hell yeah, dude. I love yapping, so excuse me, but since we're moving into justifications, I like to bring up the fact that having too many partners could limit the attention you give to each. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true, Blaze Cubes. We're all limited in the time and energy we have. So, like, no one is capable of having infinitely many partners. That seems right. One partner who may not want more partners may find themselves lonely in the relationship, and relationships may become too expensive, depending on how many partners are providing. Yeah, so I think absolutely partners, people in a relationship should not take on too many partners to the point where they no longer have enough time or money to spend with each other. So I would agree with that. I simply would add that monogamy says that you can't just have, too many additional partners, but that you can't have even one additional partner. And it's the extremity of that restriction that I suppose raises more questions for me. Particularly in that, like, the thought is, like, you can't have even one additional partner, even if it's just like a casual relationship or one that doesn't end up taking much time. I think that with that element, it becomes especially difficult to justify it on practical grounds, at least. Like, romantic love is allowed to be conditional. If I love my husband, but then he does something against my values, I should still love him unconditionally and not, like, exact revenge on him. Okay. Oh, I see this is just the first part of a comment. So romantic love should be allowed to be conditional. I'll let you finish that comment, Tia, but while you're doing that, I want to, let's see, did I ever finish responding to Thiago? I know it's been a while, chat, because we've been having a good discussion here in the comments, but yeah, Thiago left this good comment, and I think I did respond to it. I think that my response was that, yeah, this part about, like, it would not be an injustice if you decided to agree not to have any friends or, like, to be a hermit. Yeah, that seems right. And the difficulty I would see there, or the way I would question how that helps defend monogamy, is that in monogamy, it's not just you deciding not to have any additional partners. It's also a restriction on your partner from having any additional partners. And so in the case of friendship, it wouldn't just be a choice not to have any friends yourself, but to be analogous, it would have to be a restriction on someone else from having additional friends. So that would be my response there to Thiago, at least. But I do think Thiago's comment was very nicely thought out, and it was nice to see this good faith engagement. So before we move on, yeah, okay, I see that LKT has finished the comment chain now. So, like, romantic love is allowed to be conditional. If I love my husband, but then he does something against my values, I should still love him unconditionally. And not, like, exact revenge on him, okay. But I'm not morally obligated to continue loving him romantically, in my view. Without common values, what made the relationship valuable is lost. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it does seem right to me to say that if two people are in a relationship, but then, like, one of them changes a lot, and especially if they change in a way that's not very positive, like if they become a worse person, then their partner can absolutely be justified in ceasing to love that person. Like, that seems right. I guess I'm just not sure, like, why I would say, because it sounds like in your comment here, there's a thought of, like, you'd be obligated to continue loving unconditionally but just not romantically. Like, I'm wondering why there would be the obligation to continue loving unconditionally. Like, why not just say that there would be no obligation to continue loving at all, at least if the change were extreme enough. But yeah, maybe there's an answer there, but I guess that's the main question I would have for that. Maybe I am the kind of person who becomes so jealous that seeing my partner with another partner makes me act in very bad ways, such that it would be better to force them not to. Yeah, then, so that brings up the sort of jealousy as a general defense of monogamy, which is one of the main defenses of it, and I think one of the ones that most resonates with a lot of people. My view there would be that the right thing to do would be to work on reducing one's own disposition to jealousy rather than restricting one's partner. And I think that there are ways that people can reduce their disposition to jealousy. But yeah, that's just in a nutshell what I would say to that one. I don't think Axaeon is against monogamy in all cases, such as the case where it's either monogamy or 10,000 people die. Yeah, true, monogamy for one couple. In cases like that, I would say yes, monogamy would be justified. So it's not like a moral absolute in the sense that it overrides every other possible moral concern there could be. Yeah, like most moral claims, it's just a claim about what's right and wrong in normal circumstances and not necessarily in every circumstance. I think they meant if it was unconditional, then you need to keep it that way. Yeah, then I guess my question would be like, should love be unconditional in the first place? And I know that can seem like a strange or provocative question, but to me, like one very real question that love faces is the question of, like, if love is going to be based on features of the person we love in order that it not be arbitrary, then doesn't that just suggest that love is conditional after all? Like if we love someone because of their kindness and wisdom and the way they care for us, but then they lose all those properties and become morally a very bad person, I'm not sure it would seem to undermine the meaningfulness of the love, the stipulation that like the love would change or that the love would cease. At least I would rather have love be conditional than have it be open to worries about arbitrariness if the love is really not based on any properties of the loved one. Oh wow, a lot of comments here. I might not be able to catch up with all these, but I'll try. Fascinating topic. I'm left thinking of people who just find choice as a thing in itself undesirable. Even if removing choice would end up making them net unhappier, they do it every time. Ooh, yeah, that would be a really strange view. That, yeah, some people just find choice in itself undesirable. So they're willing to restrict their own choices, even if it makes them unhappier. Yeah, I guess this is one of those cases where on that turkey tipper, all I can say is, yeah, if someone really is willing to go that far, or that revisionist in their sort of foundational views or assumptions here, then there might not be very much I can say to convince them. The reason why people stay in relationships as monogamous is because both partners trust each other and they love each other only because naturally they are monogamous rather than poly. Polyamorous relationships already have that communication first before even bringing in a new partner, so it's all mutual. Yeah, certainly we would hope that in a good polyamorous relationship there would be, lots of communication and that everything would be agreed on. In the case of that first comment, Stella, about how maybe they are naturally monogamous rather than poly, sounds like maybe that's saying that, or suggesting that monogamy might be an orientation for some people. I'm a little bit skeptical that it's an orientation, in that it seems to me more reasonable to think that perhaps monogamy is more of a choice that's the result of people's ways of thinking or their values, rather than simply a sort of brute natural orientation that they find themselves with. I think, for example, the fact that the discourse about monogamy and non-monogamy so often, like especially when monogamy is challenged in the way that I've challenged it, so often it seems to take the form of putting forth reasons for monogamy and saying like, hey, like here are good reasons to be monogamous. I think if monogamy really were just something people naturally were, like sexual orientation, I don't think the discourse would take the form of giving reasons. I think it would be people saying like, hey, this is just what I naturally am. So the fact that the discourse takes that sort of reason-giving form seems to me like at least some evidence. I will admit it's not decisive evidence, but at least some evidence that perhaps it's more a result of people's choices, people's values, people's ways of thinking than just a sort of natural orientation that exists in people's brains. Yeah, I wonder to what degree it's about our brains just being wired mono instead of poly, or the other way around. Yeah, again, here I'm skeptical that it's an orientation, but I know that that is a way some, I guess, would try to defend, or some could try to defend monogamy. Because it would be immoral to withhold basic respect from others for arbitrary reasons, as I explained on stream. But unconditional love does not ordain having relationships with others. Okay, well, I agree to it would be immoral to withhold basic respect from others for arbitrary reasons. In the kind of case I was imagining, which I don't know if this comment was in response to that case, but the reasons weren't necessarily arbitrary, but like they would be morally important reasons, like if one's partner becomes just a genuinely bad person. But yeah, perhaps even then there's a certain basic respect one should have for them. I suppose I would see that as different from the thought that one should love them, though. Like it seems like we could say one should love, or sorry, one should have basic respect for someone, or maybe even for everyone, but maybe there's a sense in which that's less extreme a demand than unconditional love. But or maybe the last part of your comment, when it says that but unconditional love does not ordain having relationships with others. Yeah, that seems right too. One could love someone unconditionally, absolutely, yeah, without being in a relationship with them. I was about to type up a paragraph, but I think you're taking monogamy to the extreme in some way. Being monogamous means you choose to have no more partners. Monogamy can change, and perhaps the relationship could end because only one partner wants to open it up, but you're thinking too much on the other partner wanting to love more people. Relationships are built on emotional and mutual value. When someone in the relationship isn't comfortable with non-monogamy, it doesn't make them less moral, but rather emotionally attached. Right and wrong isn't always applicable to situations anyways. Okay, so thanks for that Blue Ice Cubes. I appreciate that chain of concepts, or that chain of comments. Because yeah, I think that this is a thought that lots of people would identify with when you say that maybe monogamy is just means you choose to have no more partners. If that is how someone is defining monogamy, then in that sense, I would have no objection to it. Like, I think that's perfectly fine. I think when people use the word monogamy, usually what they have in mind is something a little more extreme, like is something of like, oh, like I wouldn't be okay with it if my partner decided to date others. But even if we don't call that monogamy, we might call that something like, you know, monogamy star or monogamy prime or like super monogamy, like whatever label we give to it. I would say then my argument targets that. But yeah, like, agreed that relationships are built on emotional and mutual value. Right and wrong isn't always applicable to situations anyways. Perhaps it's not always applicable. I do think it's applicable to this one, but you could be right. Maybe it's not applicable to this one. Like, I love someone unconditionally because it's their right, and still I can love someone unconditionally because it's their right and still not want to be their friend. Oh, like it's their right to be loved unconditionally by you. That's an interesting claim. Yeah, I'd be a little skeptical myself that people have a right to be loved. Like, I could say maybe people have a right to be treated with a certain basic respect. The right to be loved feels to me like a little stronger of a claim, a little more extreme of a claim. It would take us, I guess, maybe a little bit far afield to hash that debate out in detail. But it is to me an interesting and intriguing view of sort of a right to be loved unconditionally. To be honest, I don't know what y'all have gone over, so I'm just saying what I'm thinking as Axe is talking. Which is totally fine. Yeah, your thoughts are very welcome and very appreciated, Estella. So thank you. Really? I thought it was an orientation? Well, you might be right. I mean, some people think it is. Myself, I'm a little skeptical. But as always with these things, I could be wrong. There are many times when choice paralysis made me wish someone just made it for me. Okay. So yeah, I guess there are cases when it's easy to see how one might wish least in certain circumstances, for one's own choices to be restricted. I do think it's questionable how well that would apply to restricting someone else's choices. So I guess that's what I would mainly focus on there with monogamy. But yeah, when it comes to like the individual case of like one's own choices, yeah, there are some parallels one could make there. There have been some similar points on homosexuality, explaining evolutionary reasons for being gay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems right to me that, yeah, sexual orientation is in fact an orientation. I'm skeptical that monogamy is the same way. Estella, but I see what you're saying. Okay, good to know. I definitely need to think about it more. Thanks for the chat. Yeah, thank you, Turkey Tipper. I appreciate your comments. Have done a really good job, I think, raising some intriguing challenges, including some challenges that I don't normally see. So that was kind of cool to see how these have been playing out. To Faire, discourse often lays on faulty assumptions. Maybe people just think our positions need further justification, and that's why they give further reasons, despite just perhaps being wired monogamous. Yeah, so that's part of the reason why I think it's possible, for all I've said, that monogamy is an orientation. It just seems to me that the nature of the discourse around us should make us think that perhaps it's unlikely that it's an orientation. Perhaps we'll find out more in the future as we continue studying topics like these. Maybe more evidence will accumulate on one side or the other. I describe romantic love as not arbitrary, but largely subjective in comparison with unconditional love. We love others romantically for all kinds of aesthetic and personal reasons. Okay. Yeah, it does seem like the reasons why people in fact love others can change, can vary widely. One interesting question is like, are the reasons why people should love others romantically? And that's something I'm not sure if I have a settled view on that, but I do find that a really cool and provocative question. Ooh, so that means polyamorous relationships are also a relationship style. That makes much more sense. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I don't think polyamory is an orientation. I think polyamory is just like a relationship style, relationship structure, a relationship choice that people make, and that it comes from certain values, certain ways of thinking that people can choose to adopt or not adopt. I'm infecting your mind. Oh, was that your alarm? So yeah, normally I meet with one of my tutoring students tonight, but this week we met yesterday, so I don't meet with him now. But yeah, I forgot to change the alarm. Sorry, Chad. I hope the alarm didn't scare you. If it did scare you, I hope that you are able to fall asleep tonight. But the alarm had my soul leaving my body. Oh no, I'm sorry, Blue Ice Cubes. But I do have a fact that even in monogamous relationships, people seem to want more, as in a better partner who's looking, for example. Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes that can happen, no doubt. Do people have a right to be in a relationship? I'm inclined to doubt that they do. Like, if someone isn't in a relationship, I'm inclined to think their rights aren't being violated. Or if they can't find a relationship, I don't think their rights are being violated. Though, of course, it might be very unfortunate for them, and maybe like the proper reaction would be sympathy and trying to help them and things like that. But yeah, I guess I would see that as falling short of a right to be in a relationship. So with all of that, chat, sorry, dude, I think I might have to skip some of the comments just because I love how lively the chat is, and I love all the thoughts that people are raising. But I also do want to make sure, because there are some other tweets that I want to look at too, and I want to make sure that I don't keep people here all night, because I know that some of you might have other things that you want to do. So for now, I'm going to continue reviewing some of these tweets. I might be able to get to some of the comments from before a bit later. We'll see. But yeah, one of them that I did want to look at here is this one from this person, Thaw, who says, it seems that it isn't quite so obvious how imposing restrictions on friendship is necessarily immoral, at least not in a prima facie sense. Our partners, family, and friends place similar restrictions all the time. And then they continue, if I were to seek friendship with a murderer, for example, it's perfectly reasonable for my partner to say, no, you will not be friends with that person. So yeah, on this example, I just want to say first, I agree entirely that it's reasonable for one's partner to say, like, no, you're not going to be friends with that murderer. Like, if you are, I'm going to end our relationship. Like, yeah, that seems fine. But I would also say how this ties back into the main argument at hand is that the claim I'm making in these papers is not that it's never okay to put up a restriction against your partner's befriending, some particular other person. Or equivalently, like, I'm not saying that you have to always be open to your partner befriending any other person, no matter who it is. And the murder example is a good example of why that would be a silly claim. Rather, the claim I'm making in this argument in these papers is that it wouldn't be okay for you to require that your partner not make any additional friends whatsoever. Even if, for example, like the would-be additional friends are people who are really nice, or like are people whom one doesn't have any reason to be suspicious of. Like, that to me would seem like a morally problematic or morally questionable thing. So again, this person I think is engaging like the others that I've been looking at. Yeah, very good faith engagement. But that would be my response to that particular concern that they're raising there. Now, Dr. J.T. Berman is another commenter who actually raises an issue that I think one of you earlier in the chat raised a comment like this, that one can have more friends than one has time for. That's then not a formal restriction, but a pragmatic one. And here I would say that, yes, he's absolutely right that it is possible and in fact sensible to have restrictions against having so many friends that one no longer has enough time to spend with one's partner. So yeah, happy to agree with that as far as it goes. I would also say, though, that that to me just seems beside the point of this particular debate. I think it would be relevant if monogamy were just a policy of don't take on so many additional partners that you no longer have any time for me. That would be okay. But monogamy, of course, doesn't say that. Instead, it says don't take on any additional partners whatsoever, even if it's just one additional partner, and even if that additional relationship you'd have with them would be merely casual. And so I'm skeptical that pragmatic considerations would justify restrictions against even that kind of additional relationship. Now, further, there was also on the subject of the friendship restriction, this commenter, Brian Gallagher, notes, friends don't restrict their friends from having more friends because friendship isn't a zero-sum commitment, while romantic partnership, which involves building a life together and having kids, etc., is for obvious reasons. I mean, one quick thing I want to say on this is which involves building a life together and having kids, etc. Does romantic relationship or does romantic involvement always involve having kids? No, surely not. There are romantic relationships that are perfectly legitimate romantic relationships that do not involve any kids whatsoever. So that's just one thing I would question there. Maybe he didn't mean that it always involves having kids, but just sometimes does or often does. If we're reading the comment charitably, I suppose that's the way we could read it. Though I would say, even for this part, building a life together, seems to me that even that part one could question whether a romantic relationship need involve that. For example, one could be in a romantic relationship with someone but live separately. For example, maybe you live in one house and your partner lives with one of their other partners, maybe their primary partner is someone else and they live together in a separate house. And you need not even see that partner very often for the relationship to count as romantic. Maybe you just see each other once a week, or even once a month. I think quality of time matters a lot more than quantity of time together. So I would say as long as your quality of time is romantic and is high quality time spent together, seems to me that could be entirely a legitimate romantic relationship. Perhaps they meant commonly involves. Yeah, I think, yeah, just reading this charitably, I'm happy to suppose that they meant something like that. So that's a fair note, a fair point. What I think is going on here is that this person is thinking of romantic relationships as monogamous by their very nature. like such that your one romantic partner has to provide for all your romantic needs, like since you can't have any additional partners. And so on this view, like if that is in fact the standpoint they're approaching this from, romantic relationships would be something that are just necessarily so time and energy intensive to maintain that a person cannot realistically have more than one of them at a time. So if that's in fact what it is getting at, then I would say that there's some circular reasoning here, in that one can't justify monogamy by appealing to the necessarily burdensome commitments of relationships if monogamy is itself the reason why relationships need be so burdensome or so life-defining in the first place. So I think that that's probably the trouble there, at least. I don't think that's what they're arguing remotely. Okay, maybe it's not. I could be mistaken. But when they say things like zero-sum commitment, it makes me think, oh, maybe they're thinking in terms of like large burdens, such that having an additional romantic relationship would just inevitably creep up on your time with an existing one. But a typical child-free relationship would still be about building a life together, and the partners need to agree on what that life looks like. I mean, in some sense, it would be, but the point I would simply raise here is that, like, building a life together, I think that can be a very loaded phrase, and very often by that people will have in mind something like planning which house to live together in, or like, you know, where to move to, or like, you know, living together in the same house, broadly speaking. Whereas it seems to me like a relationship need not go that far. Like, you could be romantic with someone even if you don't live in the same house, or, you know, engage in that kind of planning with each other. Now, Katie Phillips, who's, yeah, this person here, has a comment that I thought showed really good curiosity. Like, I really wanted to commend their curiosity. They say, the Philbro side of my brain wonders if this could be solved by something like modern virtue ethics, where the good life, eudaimonia, and virtue are prioritized in moral evaluations. And maybe monogamy brings about a larger amount of eudaimonia for humans. Must read more, thanks. So yeah, again, really, I just love the curiosity that this person evokes in their comment, or exudes, maybe is a better word there. So eudaimonia, for anyone who's not familiar with this word, it comes from Greek, and it refers to living well. Like, living well would be one way of translating it. And so there are some connections here to Aristotle, who proposed that, you know, to maintain the state of eudaimonia, we have to embrace the virtues that are proper for humans. And on Aristotle's view, eudaimonia is the supreme good for humans. It all comes down to living well, which again is sort of defined by embracing the virtues. And so for this case, I would say if a person could in fact show that monogamy brings about a larger amount of eudaimonia for humans, then I think that would certainly be a strong defense of monogamy. Like, that would, I think, really do a lot to defend it. Of course, then the question would be, like, just how does monogamy bring about more eudaimonia? How does it bring us closer to eudaimonia? Maybe there are some ways it does. But in any case, I think we would then be taken back to monogamy's traditional defenses, such as specialness and practicality and so on. So that's really, I guess, where the debate would go back to at that point. So I don't really see the point about eudaimonia as suggesting an independent defense of monogamy. Like, to me, it seems like we're sort of kicking the can down the road, possibly to a place that is very productive and that might end up leading to some good defenses. But I guess it would need sort of being supplemented by further defenses for this one to sort of take shape. I think the argument here seems more utilitarian than virtue ethical. Well, maybe so. The word eudaimonia to me brings to mind virtue ethics, but they do say something like modern virtue ethics. But could be, yeah, maybe they have in mind utilitarianism. Sorry if this sounds too pointed, but have you ever desired to build a life with someone else? Because for a lot of people, that's the entire point of the romantic relationship. It's that or bust. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm necessarily a stranger to that kind of desire. I'm also not sure I would say it seems to me like something that defines romantic relationships necessarily. But yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with like when people speak of that, it's not something that seems alien to me. If the partner isn't someone with whom they can build their ideal life with, the relationship is worthless as a romantic relationship. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on if we're thinking build a life with someone as meaning like they're going to be part of your life or like you're going to be part of each other's lives. Because if that's all we mean by it, then like, yeah, I could agree with that being part of romantic love or necessarily part of romantic love. But if we're thinking of it in terms of something more extreme, like involving living together and making like all of their major decisions together, then I think that would be, I would question whether that's, I guess, necessarily part of romantic love. Every day it becomes clear why Axe fails every dating game. Oh, come on, Blue Ice Cubes. I'm never gonna get over this. I'm gonna have to find a dating game that I can win. Someday you all will see. I'll find one, and then I'll be like, yes, now everyone will recognize that I do not lose all the dating games that I play, just most of them. Yuafko says, T, I think the point is that people make it so that romantic relationships demand so much that it would be impossible to be polyamorous. That is because they were monogamous in the first place. Yeah, I am pretty sympathetic to that line of thought, Yuafko. So thank you for saying that. Could it be that maybe utilitarians are more likely to accept that monogamy is too restrictive than the average virtue ethicist? It might be web of concepts. I'm not familiar with any data that would help us decide like whether utilitarians or virtue ethicists and so on are more likely to accept, things that I've said or things that go against what I've said. Interestingly enough, sometimes when I present this argument to people, they do say like, hey, this kind of seems like a virtue ethical framework, speaking in terms of like consonance with love and like how our relationships ought to be consonant with love. It sounds like you're making sort of a virtue of love, people sometimes say, and like we ought to live in a way that's consonant with that virtue. So in that sense, maybe virtue ethicists could, be somewhat on board if they think of love in a similar way. But I also like to think maybe for utilitarians too, like for utilitarians, I guess the point I would emphasize is just like, hey, aren't relationships a source of happiness? And, shouldn't we then want to not restrict them unless there's a good reason for doing so? Utilitarians are open to being eaten by monsters. I think they're open to most things. Well put, Turkey Tipper. One thing, and this is the last, I think, of the good sort of faith engagement ones that I'll go over here, but Thiago, whom we saw earlier, made a really cool infographic showing, just a kind of diagram of the argument in my paper. And I know we won't be able to see all of it at once, but I thought this was really neat. He used AI, of course, but the fact that it like lays it all out of like, okay, yeah, here are the various defenses of monogamy and kind of just like a brief snapshot of some of the attempts at rebutting them. And then he also gives down below a snapshot of Kyle York's response. So for anyone who's not familiar, there's another philosopher named Kyle York who argues against me on this topic. And he and I, are friends, and we've corresponded and had some very nice interactions and, friendly debates on this subject. And I think it's really cool how this document lays out both my arguments and also the way that Kyle York kind of argues against them and sort of defends monogamy. And as you can see here, he defends monogamy on 3 main grounds, so like practicality, specialness, and jealousy. So I just wanted to share that with you. I thought it was so cool seeing somebody make like an AI diagram of some work that I've done and work that some of my interlocutors have done. Speaking of, could you bring up Utility-kun so we can see him? Oh no, really? People are going to ask about Utility-kun in today's stream? I thought today's stream might be one where we could get away from him. But if people insist. See, there he is, chat. Here's your chance. Nom 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 nom. See, he made it to the stream. But bye-bye, Utility-kun. You are... I'm banishing you once more. We'll see you again in the future stream, I'm sure. It's not pronounced like that? Okay, yeah. I keep thinking I'm probably mispronouncing it. Is it more like Utility-kun? Kun, maybe? Like more of an oo sound? But I see chat, Utility-kun, damn. Guys, who is that? I'm shaking. That's the utility monster in the classic objection from Robert Nozick to utilitarianism. So yes, the utility, you could see how happy he is to be getting this person sacrificed to him. And this wonderful illustration was done by Tia, so thank you, Tia Faire. It was much better than the initial illustration I did of this character. Like yours has a lot more depth and detail to it. The stream gets 10 times better each time Utility-kun is mentioned. So chat, one last thing I wanted to talk about, which I know we've been talking for a while, but this last category I think is, or the last, I guess, two kind of together, we can treat these together. I've been focusing in the recent one on sort of good faith engagement of like, okay, people who are putting forth reasonable concerns, even if, you know, I might ultimately disagree with them, like people whose comments I can appreciate and like see where they're coming from. There were also some like just really like bad, like terrible, terrible arguments that I thought we could look at. Maybe it's mean for me to frame them that way, but to be honest, some of these I really had some issues with. So let's see if I can find this one. Oh yeah, Joe Campbell here. So if you're going to have sex, you must have sex with everyone. Yes, this is this person's summary of what I'm arguing in this paper. Though to be fair, maybe this comment was ironic. I don't know. It might just be making a joke. Which, if so, you know, GG, it's funny. You know, we can all have a laugh. But assuming this is meant seriously, then what I would say to that person is that arguing that it's wrong to restrict one's partner from something does not imply that one or one's partner is obligated to maximize the amount of that thing in their lives. That's just a total non sequitur. It's like thinking that it's wrong to restrict your partner from eating apples, like wouldn't imply that you and your partner are obligated to eat every apple that there is. So, wow, Ax, I didn't know you to hold such an absurd position. Yeah, I'm sorry. You are just finding out so much about me now. But side note, I don't think the interpaper debate between you and Rourke really captures what is for me the most interesting part of the issue, which was reflected in this stream. And so, okay, well, I'm glad this stream seems to have reflected it more then, because there are many angles one could approach this debate from. And yeah, it sounds like maybe your thinking on this is a bit different from the way that York appreciates it or approaches it. So yeah, there was that one, and then let's see here, any others in this vein. This is fundamentally an argument against contracts. What do you think, chat? Does the argument in this paper suggest that we should be against all contracts? I'm just going to close some tabs for a moment. Starting to get backed up. There we go. So there's a actually relatively common confusion that I see here in this criticism. And the confusion is just, yeah, thinking that like this argument against monogamy is an argument against like any kind of restriction or any kind of contract whatsoever. So to be clear, to help clarify, the argument doesn't say that there can't be any restrictions in relationships whatsoever. It's just that restrictions need to be justified. And also that the traditional, most plausible defenses of monogamous restrictions, in my view, do not succeed at justifying them. But assuming that there are sufficient justifications to be found of monogamous restrictions, then that's fine. So it's not saying like there can't be any restrictions or any contract whatsoever. Against certain contracts, perhaps. Yeah, well, against ones that have unjustified restrictions or provisions. I think, yeah, you could say that perhaps. So then Davon, I might be mispronouncing this person's name, but Davon Drago writes, is Harry Chalmers' existence morally permissible? He takes up space and air and other resources that is now denied to others. It's obvious what we need to do. Harry Chalmers must cease to exist. This is not just a resource optimization problem, it is now a moral problem too. Who will rid us of this turbulent philosopher? Oh, in chat on this one, there's a funny follow-up tweet that I have to share with you all. So somebody replied to this one. Oh yeah. Oh shit, posteriori, our friend here from before. It's important when parroting someone to have even a basic understanding of what you're mocking. You're just making fun of him in a way that makes you look illiterate. And then I think if I must have, yeah, okay, so he acknowledges that he is illiterate, or he or she or they are illiterate. But it's not my fault, really. The system failed me, alas. In Edo Japan, they would have boiled you. I just love the way these conversations end up developing sometimes, you know? It's just the magic of Twitter, you know? Sometimes it's just like that. But to engage with this a little bit more, I mean, not that it's something that I think really merits much engagement, but just like if Davon were here saying this to me now, I would say that it is true that my existence, or the existence of any person in particular, takes up at least some space and other resources that might conceivably have gone to others. Like, that seems right as far as it goes. And also, like, if that were all that there is to my existence, or to any hypothetical person's existence, this taking away resources that might have gone to others, well, then yes, I think that would at least raise some questions about whether it would be better for me, for that hypothetical person, not to exist. But of course, the problem that I see with this, like, assuming this is being advanced as a serious criticism, the problem that I see with it is that there's of course more to a given person's existence than just the resources they take up. And here there are many views one could have about the value of a person, like that one could appeal to here. Maybe one thinks that people just have intrinsic value. Maybe the value of a person comes from like what the person creates, like what they contribute to others. Maybe it's some combination. And so perhaps in this case, this person, Davon Drago, would say that like there's similarly value to monogamy that justifies its restrictiveness. Like, okay, that's a position you could have. But then the question I would raise is, okay, like just what is that value? And I think that would take us back to assessing the various defenses of monogamy. I think you have value acts just like monogamy. Well, thank you to you. That means a lot. Yeah, some of the I can never delete the bird app. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to quit when you have exchanges like this on it. Well, here's a further one, chat. It's worth sharing with you all. Yeah. Is sexual orientation morally permissible? I think this person is suggesting that, yeah, that maybe this argument is as absurd or as silly as sort of saying sexual orientation is not morally permissible. And I sense that they probably do mean this seriously. I don't think this is an ironic comment. So here I would just say that the difference that I see, for whatever it's worth, between sexual orientation and monogamy is that your sexual orientation and the behaviors that follow from it concern your own behavior. They concern what affects you directly, namely which kinds of people you engage in sexual relations with. With monogamy, and by now I realize this is a familiar point, but it's one I've touched on a few times, but monogamy isn't just about your own behavior. It's not on the way that I'm using the term monogamy. It's not just about what affects you directly. So it's not just about whether you have additional partners. It's also about whether your partner is allowed to have additional partners. And I think that's where the moral questions about monogamy are most pressing, but in a way that does not call sexual orientation into question. Stella says, I can't be bi anymore? Oh, no. Oh, no. Is using Twitter morally permissible? Ooh, now there's a good question. But yeah, a similar thought came up here, I think, with show an a romantic asexual person to this guy, and he's gonna kill them, bro. Well, first of all, I will not kill any asexual aromantic person. I'm not someone who's into killing in general. But yeah, my response there is that just like being asexual aromantic, like that's fine, because those are choices that are just purely about like your own behavior, but they don't involve restricting your partner from from anything else. Man, so many terrible arguments out there. Can we please stop kink shaming people? If you're into monogamy, your kink is not my kink, and that's okay. So first, a few thoughts I want to add on this. A terminological quibble first. It's really not clear to me that monogamy counts as a kink. Like, isn't the whole idea of being a kink is that it's non-standard? Like, it's unusual? Like, monogamy seems a little too mainstream to be counted as a kink. Not that that's a substantive point, like that's just a terminological thing, but I just couldn't help, remarking on that. How do you know what that stands for? I'm not afraid to admit it. I did have to look it up before the stream. Yeah, I was not familiar with it beforehand. But also, I think that there's a difference between just shaming something and giving sincere, good faith arguments that there's something morally problematic about it. And I think that, like, even if the argument is mistaken, I don't think it should be denounced just as shaming. Like, if the person making the argument is, attempting to like make a genuine philosophical contribution. So that's what I would say to this one. At least I hope the person will believe me that the argument is sincere. If monogamy is a kink, then what I have is something crazier. True. Zero. I assume that they just had a stroke toward the end. Okay, yeah. I figured it was an acronym for something or an abbreviation, but yeah, the stroke is a kind of a funny theory too. I like that in its own right. Yeah, in what world is monogamy non-standard? Very distant world from our own. Oh, chat. Here we get religion coming into it. Jesus said polygamy is wrong. He's the boss. You're not. Chat, how am I going to compete with the word of God on this subject? And especially from someone like Dominion Mandate Aesthetics. Let's look at his profile. Florida man. Sorry, it's just perfect. Florida man pursuing happiness through science and Bible aesthetics. World peace advocate, eco-nationalist, white pill dispenser. It's an interesting guy. Certainly has a lot of followers, for all things considered. So maybe he's doing something right. But yeah, Jesus is the boss and I'm not. Yeah, I don't know, chat. How am I going to get past this argument? Interestingly enough, the biblical Jesus never clearly addresses polygamy or more aptly, more broadly, non-monogamy. Like here he says Jesus said polygamy is wrong. Polygamy is certainly one form of non-monogamy, but I prefer just more generally the term non-monogamy. But just because polygamy has connotations, for example, of being inegalitarian, like for example, allowing husbands to have multiple wives, but not wives to have multiple husbands, whereas non-monogamy is a little more general and allows for more egalitarian ways of relating. But yeah, in the Bible, Jesus never really says like whether monogamy or non-monogamy is what's best. I mean, apparently this guy has an article saying the historical Jesus disapproved of polygamy. So like this guy, I looked at the article for a little bit. It argues that like if you like look at Jesus' words in their historical context, you can like sort of make a case that he meant to condemn polygamy, like even though he never like says it explicitly. But in any case, what I would want to say to this is like even if Jesus did condemn non-monogamy, my question would be like why? Like why? Like what is it that's wrong with non-monogamy exactly? And there'd be two possibilities here. The first is like either Jesus did have good reasons for condemning non-monogamy, and then the second would be that he didn't have good reasons for condemning it. If he did have good reasons for condemning non-monogamy, then the next question would be what those reasons are, which would take us right back to like what the various defenses of monogamy are and how well they stand up to scrutiny. On the other hand, if he didn't have good reasons for condemning non-monogamy, then his condemnation of it shouldn't have any sway over what anyone else thinks. It would just be an arbitrary condemnation that he would be giving. So that's the kind of dilemma that I think I see for religious views, religious objections to non-monogamy. Stella says, wait, is that Leon? From a distance, yeah, it does kind of look like him, doesn't it? Please don't. Leon with a mustache, the evil twin. I don't know which is lazier, the religious argument or the cheating one. Ooh, indeed, indeed. Is there also not a branch of Christianity, Mormonism, that has polygamy as a core tenet of its religion? Don't quote me on this here because I might be wrong, but I'm not very familiar with the Church of Latter-day Saints. But if I remember correctly, historically that was a part of that church at one point. But in more recent times, they've kind of distanced themselves from it and like no longer are into play or like no longer support it, except for maybe like a few fringe elements. Because I think I remember reading that somewhere at one point. But again, I could be mistaken. I think where they're referring to where Jesus said that God made one woman and one man to become one flesh or something. Well, Jesus at one point does seem to condemn divorce. So that might be what you're thinking of here, Web of Concepts, when Jesus says what something like, what has joined or what man has joined, let no man put asunder. And most have interpreted that as sort of saying like if two people are married, they shouldn't get divorced. It's not clear whether anything, there's guidance to be found there on monogamy and non-monogamy in particular. But yeah, at least if we're thinking of the same verse, I would interpret that verse as being about divorce. Read the Bible with their eyes closed, assuming Americans read the Bible. Maybe Jesus thus thought monogamy was intrinsically valuable. I like to think he'd approve of my solution the most. Maybe he would. He doesn't seem like the type to have given arguments for a lot of his views. He was not a philosopher. He gave proclamations. And so I can imagine maybe one of the proclamations that he gives at one point, or that he would give or would have given, maybe being like, monogamy is good or you ought to be monogamous, but he might have declined to say anything more. Like that to me would not be out of keeping with the rest of how he jokes, or the rest of how he, sorry, I was reading comment, I was joking, but the rest of how he presents himself in the Gospels. I was just joking, but one can hope. I see. Here's a further, I don't think this one comes from any Florida man, so maybe not quite as exciting. But Vlad here says, this man pretends not to understand the difference between marriage and friendship. He will when his wife divorces him. Oh no, leaving him without a house or savings. This is another brutal one, chat. Just absolutely brutal beatdown that I'm taking in these comments. Not sure, by the way, why he's focusing on marriage. Because my view is about relationships more generally, not just marriage. I'm so happy to think you have a wife or a partner. They all kind of do make this assumption. It is kind of funny. Maybe they think of like, oh, like only someone that like subconsciously they're thinking only someone who's a total Chad could write something like this. But I hate the idea, so I'm just gonna say, oh, like his wife will leave him. But also, as for like leaving him without a house or savings, that's why you do a prenuptial agreement. And that's a little life pro tip there. Axe is your non-existent wife leaving you. It's okay if you tell us. Yes. Yeah, just left last night. Seeing all these tweets was too painful for her. Sounds like the type of thing you'd get from a fortune teller. It really does. Yeah, some of these comments have that vibe, the fortune telling vibe on them. Franco Battaglia says, water is wet. Possessive love is not 100% rational. It doesn't need justifications, and it is not fair. Now, this position is quite possibly true, but I've listed it under bad arguments because like, one of the laziest ways I think possible of responding to any ethical critique of something is to just declare, oh, like it's not 100% rational. It doesn't need justifications. So the neat part of this trick is that you can use it to immediately justify anything. Like no matter what it is, no matter what the ethical critique has been raised, you can just absolve yourself of the need for any further explanation by just saying, oh yeah, like it's not 100% rational, doesn't need a reason. And that which can justify anything justifies nothing. That is something I think to be true. Do you believe me now when I tell you you have bachelor aura? Don't need to worry about a single stigma. I'm glad that this aura comes through even in my paper abstracts. It must be a very powerful aura indeed, if people are finding it just from that. Kind of like this answer, even if it's lazy, whatever I will is brute. I mean, it's kind of a funny answer. I agree with that, but I want to tell this person, surely we should aim for more than this if we're to follow the call of philosophy in its truest form. Philosophy calls upon us to do more than just say, oh, like we don't need to give reasons. Now, Tectus says, I'm continuing to solidify my conclusion that morality is determined by purpose. And when you decide your only purpose in life is have as much fun as you want, then suddenly all sorts of things become moral. Yeah, here are a few things to say. Morality is determined by purpose. It's a bit vague, but possibly I think what he means here, or she means, or they mean, is that the moral status of an action is determined by the agent's intention in performing the action. Like maybe it all comes down to like what the agent was trying to do. If so, like I have some issues with that view. I don't think it does a good job accounting for cases where intuitively an agent does something wrong, but with good intentions. Like maybe a person is excessive in disciplining their child, but like they do it because they think it'll help build up the child's character. Like a person like that might have good intentions, but nevertheless be doing something wrong. Like sometimes I think it's right to say that good intentions can make an agent less blameworthy for doing a morally bad thing. That seems plausible, but the action itself is still morally bad. I think that kind of view helps us make the most sense of cases where intentions and the action's goodness itself seem to come apart. But also, like with the second part here, like is this person suggesting that my view is that the only purpose in life is to have as much fun as you want? I'm wondering, like, how did they get that from reading this abstract? Where did they see anything that implied that? Because if that is what they're thinking, like, that's not my view, and I don't think anything I've said suggested that it is. I think this person maybe they just think of non-monogamists as, like, all, like, hedonists. And they think, oh, like, this guy must be a raging hedonist. But it's not true. Axie low-key remind me of Young Sheldon. Oh, okay. I've only seen, like, 1 or 2 episodes of that show, but I guess if that means, like, I remind you of someone who's really smart, I appreciate the compliment. Also, Yuavko, good night. Yeah, and happy birthday again. So thanks for stopping by the stream. Really appreciate your comments. To be fair, I think any moral approach can justify anything. For example, one could just have the inverse of your principles. There might not be inconsistency, but it would be against intuition. True. Yeah, but at least with that, like if they're putting forth that kind of opposition, at least it would feel more principled than just, oh, I don't need to justify my position. Your paper does exude through its perhaps overly firm language a kind of competence that many people would attribute to Chad's status. Yes, I see. I think I see how it works now. Yes, maybe that's what it all ties back to. Oh, here Yichiro Wayne says, I have a degree in philosophy. Ooh, fellow philosophy degree holder. And I know my professors would have absolutely destroyed me for writing something so poorly reasoned. And none of them were conservatives. The analogy doesn't even work. Friendships and romantic relationships impose different obligations. Chat, my first reaction to reading this one was I was at first really confused about this sentence. Like, and none of them were conservatives. I had a lot of trouble, and still maybe do have some trouble seeing how it relates. Like, to me, it read the same as saying, like, and none of them were left-handed. And none of them were gamers. Like, what does being conservative have to do with anything? But now, like, having thought about it, to try to be fair to this person, I do think I see where he's coming from. I think he's assuming that I must be arguing from an ultra, like, far left position. A bit like the earlier comment that attributed being, like, ultra woke to me. I think this person is thinking a similar thing. And is thinking, like, oh, this person is against even monogamy. Like, he must be, like, supremely far to the left. But, like, and all my professors would have been against his argument, even though they themselves were not conservative. So if that's where he's coming from, then, like, now this particular sentence, I can see a little bit better how it fits in. Now, I think, though, that said, if he were to read the paper, like, he would see that the argument is not based on anything associated with the left. The premises are a lot more moderate and a lot more general. Like, for example, that our actions within our relationships should be consonant with love, that restrictions in a relationship require justification if they're going to be consonant with love. And yeah, none of that to me seems like anything having to do with the political left or right. So here he's just making an assumption that I think does not quite hold true for me. Now, the second part of his comment, he says, the analogy doesn't even work. Friendships and romantic relationships impose different obligations. So there's a common issue that I see in this part of the comment, which is that of trying to undermine an analogy simply by pointing to one respect in which the two things being analogized are different, but without saying why that difference is a relevant difference. That is, without saying why it undermines the point that the analogy is trying to make. And just to add a bit more background on that, like, it's trivially true that for any two things being analogized, there are going to be some differences between them. Like, if there weren't, then there'd be nothing to distinguish them at all from one another. And as a result, we wouldn't have two things to compare, but we would simply have one thing. So just pointing to some difference between the two things being analogized is not enough to undermine a given argument by analogy. One also needs to say why the difference undermines the point that the analogy is trying to make. And in this case, I will say it's not clear to me how the difference that he's appealing to, like that of imposing different obligations, undermines the point that the analogy is trying to make. I think the point here is about how friendships and romantic relationships are both important human goods, and how this makes it seem wrong to restrict one's partner from having more of them unless one has a good reason for that restriction. And that's a point that seems to me just entirely compatible with the claim that friendship and romantic relationships impose different obligations. So unless more were said there about, like, how this undermines the analogy, then that would be my main objection to it. I think he thinks that being for polygamy makes you left-wing. Yeah, that seems like the assumption that he was making. I agree with that, Zero. This attitude is why I dislike putting my views out there. I hate getting responses like this. It can be a little frustrating sometimes, but at a certain point, I guess, for me at least, if I can sort of see the humor in it, then it can kind of make it more tolerable, at least, than it would otherwise be. I think there's a general assumption that polyamory equals woke, which I think is really unfortunate that we just automatically pin certain political alignments to certain views. Yeah, agreed. Very much agreed on that, too. I think the left tends to be more accepting of poly relationships. That's why the conflation. Yeah, that seems fair. Oh, and then one last bad argument, chat. Can't forget this one. You're committing genocide by not agreeing to sleep with me. I think that, yeah, here we've found it, chat. The perfect sum up, the perfect snapshot, just in a nutshell depiction of my argument. Yeah, there's no way I could possibly beat that one. I don't know if this one even deserves a response. Also, Turkey Tipper, good night. It was nice seeing you here for the stream. So thank you so much for your comments earlier. Really did appreciate them. The depth of your engagement was really quite nice and really made me think. So thank you very much. But yeah, I think we have just at least a slight straw man here, you know. Just a little bit of one. But chat, I think for now, those are all the, honestly, all the tweets that I wanted to look at with you. I think to close out this stream, because really there's not a great deal more. I know we've been going on for a long time, and I want to respect that you all have been here for a while. But I do want to just go ahead and offer some more general thoughts. Which, wow, I realize I'm kind of large right there. Let me see if I can... Actually, I'll keep myself the same there, and... Yeah, here we go. So chat, I thought we might talk for a little bit, just for a few minutes, on some more general thoughts and advice that I have about handling social media and handling events like this on social media. That is, moments when one is getting dogpiled, you know, for lack of a better word, when there's like an avalanche of criticism coming your way. And like when some of the criticism might be well thought out, and then like other parts of it, much more of it might not be as well thought out, might be more extreme and vitriolic. Like what to do, how to confront situations like that. Because I will say this is not the first time that I've encountered something like this. And I think there was a time in my life when I would have been much more bothered by something like this, but now I think I'm maybe able to take it more in stride than I once used to. I will say it makes a big difference, I think, whether the vitriol is coming from people you know or just from random trolls. And if it's a case of like people you know personally, people who might otherwise have been your friends, people who might otherwise be nice or at least have been nice to you, I think that it really can be demoralizing to see them denounce you. And especially if it's a very harsh type of denunciation where they are ostracizing you, you know, like they're no longer willing to be your friends because of something that you've said. Like in effect, they're willing to cancel you. Now that said, even in those cases, even in cases like that, I think sort of facing that kind of pile-on from social media, this is going to sound extreme and maybe a little strange, but I think it's the kind of experience that everyone should have at least once. Because one thing that can be said for it is that in those moments, you find out who your true friends really are. And that's something that I think is very valuable. But when it comes to, yeah, just random trolls online, in places like Twitter and Reddit and elsewhere, there are a few things that I try to keep in mind during these moments. And one of them is something that I touched on earlier, namely that it's important not to let the bad arguments, which as we just saw, there are many, like many just very unserious arguments, very intellectually unserious denunciations, and just mindless vitriol. It's important not to let that mislead you into forgetting when there are more serious and more respectful and more thoughtful engagements with whatever it is that you've said. Like whether those more serious arguments ultimately succeed or not. And so like in this case, one thing that I tried to do with this stream is very, intentionally not just focus on like the crazy hate comments, but also, say quite a bit about the good faith engagement about it. And I think sometimes like it can be easy for people to just focus on the vitriol, the mindless vitriol, and to kind of forget when there's a lot higher quality comments that people are making too. So I think that, as Nietzsche said, be careful gazing too long into an abyss, lest the abyss gaze into you. I think that is advice that one should keep in mind for times like this. But also there's a part of me that can't help feeling that, like, especially when I consider the most extreme of the vitriolic comments, like the ones saying like deeply evil and things like that, part of me wonders whether the people who express the most intense ridicule or the most intense hostility are those who feel the most threatened by the ideas And maybe part of the reason for feeling threatened is that they can't help finding a certain plausibility to them, even if it's a very limited plausibility. Of course, I can't know for sure if that's true, if that really is behind their thinking, but it's something that I sometimes wonder. And then, of course, like even for the people who do denounce me or denounce like any given person, but like in this case, we'll just go with me, like who denounce me the most harshly, again, and that includes everyone, I think, in the discussion we just saw on Twitter. I suspect that like if that person and I were to sit down and talk about it, we would find common ground. Maybe not entirely on this issue, like we might mostly disagree when it comes to this. There'd probably still be some significant things that we agree on. Like even about romantic relationships. Like we might agree, for example, that love is a good thing. Like, or at least that like love is generally good. And we might see that as having different upshots. But there might be some foundational things that we feel the same way about. And I think that we would probably come away from a conversation like that liking each other more and having more respect for each other. It might be a bit tricky at first, depending on how strong the disagreements are, but I do think there's that potential for connection, even in the most extreme of the comments being made. Which I suppose is one thing that makes me think, like, for those people who are just, you know, posting hot takes, like, really quickly and without thinking about it much, and then, like, immediately after they post it, they kind of just move on to the next thing. It makes me think that that part of them that I'm seeing is probably not their true self. Like, their true self, I think, is someone who is at least a bit more careful and more thoughtful and more willing to talk things out. And I think that can be an important thing to keep in mind, too, in those moments, is that sometimes there can be a difference between a person's true self and the kind of behavior that they might show to you in particular, the kind of behavior that you might get to see on a given occasion. But also, with that, chat, if you are in the midst of getting mobbed on social media about something, and it ever does start to feel like a bit too much, know that you're not obligated to just sit there and take it and keep reading people's comments and so on. You can take a break from it, and I think it is important sometimes to take a break from these things. Like, sometimes you can go outside and, in fact, maybe you can go to a place like this, like your happy place, and just think for a moment of something else, like anything other than whatever social media firestorm is currently taking place. Just like be away from your phone and your computer for a little while. Maybe that's the best piece of advice I could give. Like, touch grass, you know. Sometimes it can help put things into perspective. Because if you're spending all day just like checking social media feeds, and especially if just it's hate coming your way all day, I think that can really put one in a negative frame of mind. But like walking through a forest like this and just kind of letting your mind be filled with thoughts of trees and the breeze and the nice sights, the nice smells and sounds of nature, can be kind of like a little reset in its own way. And with that, speaking of resets, you might have noticed my model has stopped moving. VTube Studio just crashed on my phone. Well, let me see if I can fix it. Okay, there we go. That's better. But yeah, I think also, yeah, every once in a while, VTube Studio will have little fun moments like that. Luckily, though, it didn't crash the stream. But yeah, I think that also with, like, if you're thinking of posting something on social media and you're afraid of posting, like you're afraid of speaking your mind about something, or you're discouraged by the prospect of getting dogpiled by everyone else. Sometimes you might have to think of it as a badge of honor. And I know that can sound harsh, but there are some people, like in some of those comments that we just saw, and just some people I've encountered more generally, whose thinking, if I am to speak candidly, seems to me so deeply mired in confusion and so wrong-headed and anti-reliable on most things, that knowing that they are against something that I say makes me think, okay, I must be going in the right direction. But also, this is another way of interpreting that, or another way of taking it. If you don't want to go that far, which I can understand, because it might seem a little bit mean to say that, and I don't want to come across as mean, but if you post something or are considering posting something and it's something that you've genuinely thought about and you've put out thoughtfully, you've done your best to contribute to the discourse on something, then I would say the fact that people are reacting strongly to it, and also the fact that some of them or many of them are denouncing you for it, I would take that as a sign that you stood for something, that you're not the type of person who, out of fear, conforms to dominant thinking or conforms to dominant expression. And that is something that I think is priceless, knowing that you have that kind of intellectual courage and are willing to exercise it. And I know in my case, if I didn't have any opinions that went against the grain or that made others dislike me or want to cancel me, I think I would start to worry whether my thinking is unduly motivated by conformity. It's not necessarily that it would be, but I think I would start to question whether it is, or whether my expression is motivated or is restricted by worries about whether I'm sufficiently conforming to what others think and say. So whatever your views are, chat, I would say, I would encourage you as far as possible. And I know sometimes it might not be possible for various reasons, but as far as you can, to try not to be afraid to put them out there. And even if they make other people mad, I think after a certain point, it becomes easier to just laugh at the absurdity of the more extreme responses that you get. And I know in my case, feeling free to speak my mind and without fear of what others will say, that's a freedom that I would not trade for anything. But I see some recent comments have been made that I haven't really been following, but I do want to briefly address them now. Curious about your tips, very pertinent to VTubers after all. Yeah, I think that a lot of these ideas do relate to VTubers, because VTubers are, of course, no stranger necessarily to getting canceled and facing, outrage mobs and things like that. Is there some method for not letting it get under your skin? I tend to struggle in the same situations. Yeah, I suppose there it would just be, and I know that was posted before I said most of the things I recently said, but yeah, the recent tips I gave would be my best tips for not letting it get under your skin too much. Tips like taking a break from it, and seeing the humor in it, and also keeping in mind the difference between a person's true self and their apparent self, and keeping in mind maybe the true self of these people that are saying mean things about you might not match up so well with how they're behaving in this moment. I think most people would struggle keeping my axe as an alien. Doesn't have to mean his points are legitimate, but their mileage may vary for everyone else. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that these... I certainly don't want to come across as promising that any or even all of these will fix the issue. I do think it's very plausible that no matter who you are, these ideas will at least help. Like, they'll at least help somewhat, I believe. But as to how much they help, yeah, perhaps that varies somewhat from person to person. Reddit is only good for looking for tips on stuff no one knows about. Nothing else. Never let a Redditor have an opinion. Well, strongly worded, but you might be onto something there, Blaze Cubes. You might be true. Good point. Axe is kind of built different. Oh, well, I guess I'll... built different. To me, that reads as like a positive phrase and people usually use when complimenting something, so I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Web of Concepts. Skeptical if these tips would do would do it in the most high-profile cancel culture cases involving millions of comments and death threats, etc. I've seen high intelligent people still go down from that. Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, a reasonable point, that for all of the vitriol we saw in the comments tonight, none of them were death threats against me. And perhaps that brings it to a new level when people are posting comments with, violent content like that. So even in those cases, I want to say maybe some of the things we've talked about here might help a little bit, but yeah, I don't want to come across as pretending they're like an easy fix. In those cases, especially like for credible death threats, yeah, like one should get the authorities involved, or just first of all make sure like you've taken steps to preserve your safety. I guess that would be the most important point there. I think Twitter is structured in a way to just push as much outrage as possible, probably a bigger issue with algorithms. Yeah. I think, yeah, the outrage seems to be like what gets the most engagement, and yeah, the platforms kind of maximize that, or at least attempt to maximize that. In my opinion, a flaw with the reflective approach is that it requires you to not be in fight or flight mode. Depending on the volume of hate and your natural sensitivity, you can just be too overloaded, Yeah, I guess that's part of the reason why. I don't know if this would necessarily help people who are in that frame of mind, but if someone really is in fight or flight mode from reading the various hate comments, I would say maybe the first thing they need to do is take a break and like step away, from the computer screen for a while, and go into the just nature, or like their happy place. Go like somewhere that's happier for them, where they don't have to be confronted with all the vitriol. And maybe from there, like if they try some meditation or breathing exercises, perhaps then it can start to make a little bit of progress on feeling better. Or also like talking, to their friends, or talking to a therapist, or talking to their partner. I think that can also be really helpful for getting a sense of grounding in one's life when it seems like everyone else is against you. I think your tips are still helpful on an abstract level, and probably would be for most people, since most of us aren't getting millions of comments. But I don't think people should be blamed if their mental health takes a hit from getting dogpiled. Yeah, I don't want to come across as blaming anyone. But yeah, I suppose if there are millions of comments involved, that can create difficulties, perhaps in their own right. But I suppose, yeah, if I guess what I would be inclined to say there is, if a person is such that they have become good at ignoring or not being too bothered by like hundreds or thousands of comments, perhaps the difference between that and millions of comments maybe is just a matter of kind of gradual scaling up of the same strategies. I can't say for sure if it is, but it seems plausible to me that it is. I feel like the flight or fight mode describes it pretty well. When you get a ton of hate, it can just trigger it. Yeah. So maybe that point about like taking a break from computer screens, maybe that is the main. In light of these points about how, yeah, sometimes anxiety and fight or flight mode can just be triggered by seeing the comments. Of course, I suppose some would say maybe some people might be anxious about not seeing the comments and like wondering like what might people be saying. But I think there could potentially be other ways of addressing that particular anxiety. Sorry if this is excessively negative, since I know you want to end things on a positive note and encourages. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it's always important to raise questions and challenges when one is feeling them. So I appreciate that you're willing to raise these questions and challenges, Tia. I think you and I are wired similarly. There's some ways, to Web of Concepts. Yeah, yeah, I suppose both of you might very well be. I have a theory that there's a correlation between sensitivity and desire for monogamy. Looks to be just when just taking the people I know in basic neurology. Yeah, I suppose that's something I can't comment on very comprehensively now, but it is an interesting possibility. Yeah, maybe there is a correlation there. I think this community has like the opposite effect of the Twitter hate circle. Well, that delights me to hear, Web of Concepts, so thank you. Yeah, I love how supportive this community is. And if someone like were blatantly unsupportive here, I guess, yeah, I wouldn't allow that. But luckily, it seems like, people just come here like nice people in the first place, so I don't have to Don't have to really put my foot down much, if at all. Karis is super scaredy cat and monogamous, case in point. Okay, yeah. I guess, yeah, that basically settles it then. That it's funny that whenever we need an example of someone who gets scared easily, Karis is always easy as an example at hand. But that said, not that this goes against your point, but I do want to point out, very commendably, I think I like the way that he faces his fears when it comes to like playing certain horror games. It's always really heartening to see. Really lovely to say web of concepts. I hope to keep it going as long as possible. Same, I really like this community. Thanks. Well, yeah, I like having you all here too. So that, yeah, it does mean a lot to me to have a community like you all. But chat, I think that is a good place to end it. And I hope that this stream has helped with thinking of certain things, like not just, you know, arguments about monogamy and non-monogamy, but also about social media and communities and supporting each other, because I find all those interesting topics too. I haven't decided a schedule for next week's streaming yet, but pretty soon I'll try. I know I didn't post one for this week, but maybe pretty soon I'll post one for next week. In the meantime, thank you, everybody, and I hope that you have a nice rest of your evening, whatever it is that you end up doing. I'm going to take a little break for right now, but I'll see you all again very soon. So goodbye, everybody.